Eugene Budget Committee. Welcome, everyone. It is a privilege to be here tonight, and I want to observe that everyone participating, be they a member of our committee, a member of city staff, or a viewer at home watching live or after the fact, all of us are able to be here as a matter of privilege. Not every member of our community would be able to join these proceedings, and some of those community members who cannot join us are also the ones who will be affected the most by the budget we ultimately approve. I ask everyone to keep this point in mind throughout our work tonight. With that said, thank you for joining us in this remote meeting format we're using in response to Governor Brown's Stay Home, Save Lives order. This format enables the Budget Committee to meet, hear from the community, and take care of business while keeping its members, staff, and the public safe. Following our first item tonight, there will be a time for public comment. There are several housekeeping announcements and instructions related to the meeting format that I need to take care of first. Thank you again for your patience while I work through them. Anyone wishing to access the meeting can do so by watching the live stream available on our website, the broadcast on Comcast Channel 21, or by calling in to one of the phone numbers listed for this meeting on the City of Eugene Budget Committee webpage. For those who join the meeting via computer device or phone, your microphone, webcam, and phone are automatically muted when you enter the meeting as an attendee. If you wish to participate during the public comment portion of the meeting and haven't already done so, please raise your virtual hand now to join the speakers queue in one of two ways. For those viewing the meeting on a computer, laptop, or other device, click once on the blue hand icon. For those listening to the meeting on a phone, press *9. We will continue accepting raised hands until 5:45 p.m. today. The meeting moderator will unraise or disallow any requests to speak that are made after the deadline. And finally, I want to thank everyone for their patience, flexibility, and good humor as we work through any kinks with this format that is new to most of us. As always, feel free to contact the Budget Committee or Budget Office if there is testimony you are not able to provide or wish to get to us in a different manner. And with that, Mayor Vinnis has asked for a brief moment here at the beginning of the meeting.
There we go. Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate it. I am here to just explain my absence, which is that I have really almost the final meeting of the year for the Mayor's Youth Advisory Board tonight from 6 to 8. And so I will not be able to be in full attendance to this Budget Committee. And so I just wanted to extend my appreciation to all of you for your service and ask your forbearance for my absence. I'm not a voting member on this board anyway, so you won't miss my vote. But I really am sorry to miss the deliberations, and thank you, all of you, for the work that you do on behalf of the community. And thank you, Ty, for so ably chairing these meetings. And with that, I will go silent, and I'll be here for the public for the first half hour or so, and then I'll disappear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And then we also had a request for a brief moment of time from our city manager. Take it away.
You know, Ty, actually, I think what I'm going to explain would be easier with a little bit of a drawing, and I'm just doing it right now. So I had some sort of late breaking news that I just want to be able to illustrate. So I think it'll actually be better if I go after the public comment.
Can absolutely do that.
Thanks.
We'll slot you in before we start deliberations. In that case, we will now begin public comment on the FY22 proposed budget. This period is for those wishing to make comment on the FY22 proposed budget. If you would like to speak during public comment, you must have virtually raised your hand or press *9 if joining by phone. The period to do so is still open, but will end at 5:45. The meeting moderator will unraise or disallow any requests to speak after this time. Per requests made, staff are making an effort to provide the list of speakers by sharing the list from their screen periodically. Speakers are put on the list in the order they raise their hand. Each person will have 2.5 minutes to speak. We have 30 minutes allotted for public comment on the agenda. So if you do have the opportunity to be briefer than 2.5, we appreciate that, as I do see 14 hands already. Please be succinct in your comments to allow as many people as possible to speak. The meeting moderator will announce the next 2 speakers at a time, and when it is your turn, your name will be announced. You'll be promoted to panelist. Please preface your statement with your name, city of residence, and for Eugene residents, your ward if known. You'll have 2.5 minutes to comment. There are lights on the timer. The red light indicates when your time has concluded. The moderator will demote you to attendee and your microphone will be muted. For those who have connected to the meeting via phone and don't have the benefit of seeing the timer, please be aware that your microphone will be muted at that 2.5 minute mark. Thank you very much, and take it away, meeting manager.
Hello. First, we have Jacob True, followed by Mike Cavan. Jacob, I promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself now. Jacob, are you there?
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just slightly surprised I'm first again. All right. My name is Jacob True. I live in Ward 1, and I'm happy to speak with you today. Thank you for your time, everybody on the Budget Committee and the City Council. We're coming up on a year now since the murder of George Floyd, and I know in Eugene here we had some pretty big protests. But you know, the protests, the biggest thing I remember from that night were military vehicles rumbling down the street right over there, scaring my kids. And, just generally, I was just like, how much did this enormous vehicle, this military vehicle, this Bearcat cost? And what is it doing rumbling down my streets, harassing everybody? It's unfortunate, The City Council has the opportunity, and the Budget Committee does as well, to show what the priorities of Eugene really are. And I for one, as a resident of Eugene, as a proud homeowner over here in Ward 1, I don't think our priority should be to fund, military vehicles rumbling down our streets. I think it should be funding places for people to live. Cahoots, who does a fantastic job, and I recommend that y'all fund them adequately so they're able to get more out on the streets. I was reading some documents a little while ago that showed that Cahoots saves an awful lot of money over police officers, and they don't have guns. So, having the ability to help people out in an effective and efficient manner makes an awful lot of sense to me. I've said a lot of things over the time, over this budget session, and I appreciate you all listening to me. But I'd just like to say, for my sake, and for my kids' sake, and for the entire community's sake, cut the police budget and instead spend it on social services, Cahoots, housing, that kind of thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Mike Cavan. And then actually, I need to see the list again, please. Thank you. Followed by Dennis Reynolds. Mike, I promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself now. Mike, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Mike Cavan, 160 Madison, Eugene. I'm the president of the Lane Professional Firefighters Association. And I just wanted to borrow a bit of your time tonight to talk about Engine 2 and the proposal that's on the table. And I know there's been a lot of deliberations in this process. And hopefully a number of you were able to read the letter that I sent out at the beginning of the budget process outlining the union's position. Mostly tonight, I just wanted to take a few minutes of time to say thank you for the good deliberations that have occurred so far. We've been watching and listening and working behind the scenes and having good conversations about fire suppression, fire safety, and staffing and our needs to protect the city in the upcoming fire season. And so really appreciate the time and effort that folks have put into that. I think that the discussion that the manager had around ARPA funds and budget committee members and talking about that being a viable solution to keep our fire suppression capability intact through this process is greatly appreciated. The firefighters appreciate it, and we're proud to be able to serve the community with the resources that you give us. Thanks for your dedicated work and time in the process, and hopefully see you guys out there, and stay safe. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next, we have Dennis Reynolds, followed by Ebony Morgan. Dennis, I promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself. Dennis, are you there? Dennis, are you
It took me a
there?
minute to figure out what it meant
Okay.
to be promoted to panelist. So, okay. I'm Chair Prue Zimmerman and counselors and budget committee members. My name is Dennis Reynolds. I currently live in Ward 3. I previously lived in Eugene for 40 years, including 32 years administering student childcare programs at the university, before leaving from 2009 to 2019 to pursue a late life career as a Unitarian Universalist minister. When I returned to Eugene upon my retirement, I call it coming home, I sought ways to continue to be engaged in the future of all the children in our community. And to that end, I've become involved with my local church's Challenging Racism Committee and its Earth Action Committee. I'm also a member of Eugene Springfield Interfaith Earth Keepers and serve as that body's liaison to the NAACP Environmental and Climate Justice Committee and Fossil Free Eugene Coalition. Tonight, I want to talk to you about two seemingly separate but very related city budgets and how they impact our futures. I want to begin with an assertion that a budget is a moral document. The budget is a clear statement of our deepest values, whether those values are drawn from faith or our deep personal commitment to compassion and caring. I want you to urge in your planning process the allocation of funding that impacts all of our children's futures. The first such area of investment is assuring we in Eugene can we do as a community to address the all too real threat of climate change. Last fall's fires make that a reality to all of us. Yet the impacts of those fires were individuals. Individuals like myself were able to stay home and safe. Not everyone was able to do so. Many had to work outside, and children who live in homes without adequate ventilation and filtration systems struggled to breathe. So let's do what we can to make scenarios less likely in the future by investing in climate sustainability and resiliency in a city. This means fully funding the implementation of staffing needed for the Climate Action Plan 2.0. And that means staff for funding strategies for low-income mobility users to access for funding for conversion to electric appliances and increased inefficiencies, fund the bike and transit programs, fund the Sustainability Commission grant programs, make permanent the budget for positions for city sustainability staffing, and when federal rescue plan funds commit a sizable portion of those funds to assist the city in implementing its climate action plans. Without adequate funding, established goals are empty promises.
Sorry, we are out of
Need to
time.
invest in resilience.
Thank you, Dennis. Next, we have Ebony Morgan. Ebony, I promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself now. Ebony, are you there?
Hi, I'm Ebony Morgan, resident of Ward 4 and the Cahoots program coordinator. And I just want to share my appreciation across the board. I will notice that Cahoots expressed to this body 1 week ago that we were in a crisis, and this week there's a motion going forward for one-time funds, and that feels supportive. I know that community members have been advocating for our program as well, and that is sincerely appreciated, with special nods to our Stewardship Council who help us in so many ways. Cahoots has heard the desires of the community for us to be supported in our stabilization and expansion. And I think that it's been made abundantly clear that CSI funds have been identified as an appropriate and desired way that the city could support the growth of Cahoots. So while one-time funding will be extremely valuable, ongoing funding is where a stable future lives. And that's why CSI funds are being discussed at the same time as the one-time funding. I understand, though, that council will be working over the next few months to provide clarity on their priorities for how CSI is allocated. And I can admit that waiting is hard, but I'm coming to understand the process. And I'm assured in the meantime that Cahoots has been identified as an important partner in matching the right resource with the need. And we are going to work closely with our partners to outline a strong plan for the stable, funded future of Cahoots. And I believe in that. This one-time $500,000 on the table today will get us through to those conversations about ongoing funds. And I can't express enough gratitude for the last-minute push here to support our program. There is much more to do, and we will be having those conversations and we will be present for them. But I want to say thank you to committee member Ryan for the work on this motion today, because it's been a journey, I think. And thanks to every committee member here for hearing us out. And thank you to the community for showing your support. We are really excited to be included in the conversations going forward and are feeling pretty hopeful. And I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jim New, followed by Cascadia Wildlands. Jim, I promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself now. Jim, are you there?
Yeah, it takes a few minutes for this all to work. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and Budget Committee members. I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jim New. I live in Ward 7. I spoke at public comments at the Budget Committee 2 weeks ago, so I'll keep this brief. I request that you allocate appropriate funding for staff to implement funding for permanent positions for the sustainability staff, fund the Sustainability Commission grants program, fund the city bike and pedestrian project list from the transportation system plan, allocate funds from the future federal American Rescue Plan to future for funding climate recovery actions to meet the goals of the CRO, fund the already approved by council home energy score program, and fund support programs for low-income utility customers and or support loans for energy efficiency improvement programs, fund the electrical vehicle action plan, and most importantly, provide at least 5% of the CSI budget to fund Cahoots. Thank you for your time and services.
Thank you. Next, we have Cascadia Wildlands, followed by Mark Harris. Cascadia Wildlands, I promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Can you hear me? Hi
Yes,
there.
we can hear you.
Chair Zimmerman or Bruce Zimmerman, city councilors and members of the budget committee, thanks for providing an opportunity to testify. I testified last week. My name is Dylan Plummer. I'm a resident of Ward 2. I'll try to keep it short. I'm testifying today to request that you create a just transition fund modeled after the Portland Clean Energy Fund to resource low-income and BIPOC communities to transition away from fossil fuel appliances in homes and businesses, invest in retrofits to increase building efficiency, resiliency, and safety, and provide funding for frontline-led renewable energy generation and storage projects locally. Fully fund the implementation of City Climate Action Plan 2.0, allocating appropriate funding for staff to implement CAP Action B4, home energy score, including for rental units, CAP Action B3, energy efficiency requirements and rental code, CAP Action B2, COE to report to City Council different options and funding strategies to support programs for low-income EWEB and Northwest Natural customers, and or support other loans for small home improvements required to qualify for utility energy efficiency programs, and funding for the CAP 2.0 should also prioritize the EV action plan and CAP actions T20 through T27. I also request that you fully fund the city's bike and pedestrian project list from Transportation System Plan, fund the Sustainability Commission grants program, make permanent the budget and positions for city sustainability staffing, and allocate funds from the Federal American Rescue Plan, which is proposed to give a sizable amount of funds to the city of Eugene to fund climate recovery actions stated above, and assist the city in implementing CAP 2.0 actions to meet the goals of the city's CRO. In finding the resources to fund these projects, it is imperative that the financial burden not be placed on low-income and BIPOC communities. As such, our coalition encourages the city to create a targeted fee on the city's largest emitters to generate further revenue to support these actions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Mark Harris, followed by Ethan Klein. Mark, I'm trying to find you in the queue. Mark may have lowered his hand. So there we go. Promote to panelist. Mark, I promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself now. And Mark, let us know if you're there.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I'm Mark Harris, Ward 1. Let's see, NAACP Health Committee, Cahoots Advisory Board, and I guess longtime advocate about the mental health system in this community. The only work I've ever done in this and this city since 1984 is either substance abuse or crisis work. When Chief Cook was police chief, he actually tried to recruit me to join the police force, which I said, I'll join your Citizens Academy to understand how police work, but I'm a crisis mental health guy and you're a military organization, so I need to do what I do and you need to do what you do, because they're both critical things. I was speeding up the hill to LCC when I got stopped by Officer Chris Cullen, who shared with me his history with Whitebird, working crisis. Some of you may be aware of that. I'm here to speak on supporting you to fully fund whatever Cahoots asks for, because they are an important part of the health infrastructure of this community. I understand they are asking somewhere less than 10% of the CSI budget. I urge you to fully fund whatever their ask is. I've seen figures in excess of $1 million. I think the time is critical to support actions like that could be exported to be a national, if not international, model. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. I wanted to let the committee know we're past the sign-up period for public comment. Looks like we have about 9 people left. Ethan Klein is next, followed by Chris Hecht. Ethan, I promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself now. And Ethan, let us know if you're able to get in.
Yeah, can you hear and see me all right?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. My name is Ethan Klein, and I'm speaking from Ward 1 tonight. I'm just speaking, and I want to ditto. First, I want to thank the Budget Committee for allowing me the opportunity to give testimony tonight. I want to ditto giving at least 5% of the CSI budget to the Cahoots program. Frankly, I think that they deserve more, especially because they weren't originally part of the conversation on the CSI, and they've been nationally recognized, and they've been championed within our community. And the fact that they weren't originally part of that conversation, I think that's critical that we kind of change that around, show the community that holistic community safety is important to us, and we do care about these programs that were started within our own communities and are now being sought nationally for public safety. Also, I just want to give note that during the Springfield Budget Committee meeting, there was a Budget Committee member that did motion without batting an eye to reallocate $250,000 away from the Springfield Police Department. And I, again, want to kind of just ask, if, what it would take for our Budget Committee to entertain reallocating additional funds away from the police departments. Currently, the Springfield Police Department is under an internal investigation. So I don't know if, that's what it would take for a budget committee member or city council to make some sort of verbal motion or what have you to reallocate funds away from the police departments, or if it's going to take several other reports, whether that be this upcoming ad hoc report or reports in the future. I hope it would be up to people's convictions rather than, dozens of pages of reports to feel in their heart what might be necessary if they truly do believe that defunding police departments and putting it in other areas of services would be appropriate. And I hope folks can just, stick by their convictions if they truly mean the words that they say. I yield the rest of my time, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next we have Chris Hecht, followed by Max Rink. Chris, I promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself now. And Chris, let us know if you are able to unmute yourself.
I sure am, I think.
We can.
Great. Mayor Vinnis, members of the committee, thanks so much for this opportunity this afternoon. My name is Chris Hecht. I live in Ward 1. I'm executive coordinator of Whitebird Clinic and a colleague of Ebony Morgan, who's the Cahoots program coordinator. I'm here today also to thank you for your consideration of both this one-time funding and sustainable, robust funding for Cahoots coming out of the CSI budget. For 31 years, our community, along with Whitebird and Cahoots, has been pioneering an innovative model for behavioral health first response, which especially in the last year has gained both national and international attention. Currently, the Senate committees are working on the Cahoots bill, introduced by Senator Wyden. Funding for the Cahoots bill has already been passed as part of the American Rescue Plan, and they're finalizing the bill itself. At the same time that this has been a really successful partnership, over the years, funding has lagged the realities of offering the service to the community. Currently, Whitebird as an agency subsidizes this program to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And I'm here to ask you, do you believe it's appropriate that a community nonprofit ends up paying the bill for underfunding? Each dollar that we spend subsidizing Cahoots is a dollar that we don't have available to provide medical care to unhoused individuals. It's a dollar that we don't have to provide substance use disorder counseling. It's a dollar that we can't use to give someone a pair of socks on a rainy day. I don't think that's what our community wants from us. I think our community values Cahoots, and it values the other programs that Whitebird offers also. And my belief is that there's an expectation that Eugene, Springfield, and Lane County provide robust, sustainable funding to operate this vital program. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Max Rink, followed by Leonie Davis. Max, I promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Good evening. My name's Max Rink. I'm a homeowner in Ward 3. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I do appreciate it. Today, first thing, I definitely want to add my full support for Cahoots' request that the City of Eugene provide them with $1.8 million is what I saw in the Register Guard from this year's CSI funding. We all know Cahoots has been held up as an example nationally, and much of the glow from that has been claimed by City of Eugene. And so now we need to make sure Cahoots is given all the resources and autonomy it needs to fully meet the demand for its services. And despite the unresolved conflict of interest and the resultant flaws in the CSI engagement process, the result of that process, if approached honestly, has done nothing but underscore what an overwhelming majority of the community has publicly requested over and over again. That is to reallocate funding from police, courts, and jails to human services, and preeminently among those human services to much better fund cahoots. In your meeting last week, the fact that the city's service priorities have not been updated for 25 years was discussed. I'm going to say, as an artist who has paid close attention to matters of race, class, and policing in Eugene, I will go further and say the Pioneer Wagon and the naval vessels that are still enshrined in Oregon's state seal and at the very heart of Eugene Police Department's badges indicate that the priorities and justifications that white settlers brought here 150 years ago are still very much in effect within what the CSI report refers to as Eugene's dominant culture. Those priorities and justifications must change if the city of Eugene is to live up to its recent pronouncements affirming that Black Lives Matter and confirming that we are all living on stolen Calipulian land and that we wish to right the grievous wrongs that still spring from the last 550 years of European settler colonial history. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next, we have Leonie Davis, followed by Thomas Bruno. Leonie, I promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you. I'm Leonie Davis. Can you hear me, by the way? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm Leonie Davis, and I live in the county outside of Eugene, but all of the decisions Eugene makes affect me. This is concerning what I see as an inadequate budgeting for cahoots on the part of the city. Cahoots is a community safety organization. And if we've learned anything this year, it is that mental health practitioners are more able to help such problems. They can even offer other services in some cases. I work with the unhoused, and I've seen both police interaction and cahoots interaction. The orientation and training of cahoots is much more able to handle mental health issues and the issues of homelessness. As time goes on, the number of unhoused will increase and mental health issues will increase as well. Cahoots is a model for this country, so for this county, and so why aren't we respecting their efforts? They are a model nationwide. And give them an extra $500,000 from the CSI budget. The citizens of Eugene are very thankful for cahoots and very positive about cahoots. Thank you for your consideration of this report.
Thank you. Next, we have Thomas Bruno, followed by Joe Burney. Thomas, I promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself. Thomas, are you there?
Yes, I'm Tom Bruno, and I'm the co-chair of Laurel Hill Valley. I've been the co-chair with Cheryl Kelly and now with Leanne Gaunt for almost 4 years. The funding of Zoom and ICANTech has been absolutely critical for unambiguous and factual communication during the pandemic. You cannot believe some of the responses the executive board had to just clarify because of all these false rumors. Anyway, I provided written testimony to the mayor, city councilor, city manager, and I don't know if the budget committee gets a copy of what I wrote, but Laurel Hill Valley really has been working hard with the parks and open space. We have a major initiative that's in the paper about Moon Mountain. We've coordinated with the developer that as the rocks are removed, we're able to hold them. Previously, the developer would have to pay to haul the rocks off. Then the county would have to buy the rocks, or the cities would have to buy the rock. And because of this Moon Mountain Park, working with developer, the county, ODOT, we're able to save a lot of money. The main thing I want to stress is I couldn't have done all this communications, and we couldn't have continued on with the general meetings without Zoom and eye contact. And I would tell you, if you have any extra money, the neighborhoods really are working hard to provide and adhere to the guidance that the city council is laying out for the city to follow. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Joe Burney, followed by Jesse. Joe, I promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself now. Joe, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, thanks very much for the promotion. And I'm sorry, I just got off the phone with this cantankerous old friend of mine named Henry Levert. I don't know if you know that person, Ms. Jackson. I just wanted to, my name is Joe Burney. While I am a Lane County Commissioner, I'm not speaking on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, nor am I speaking as a Eugene resident, in that I live in Springfield, and it's a delight to be here. I am advocating for a decision guided by compassion, an understanding of human needs and system dynamics, and the opportunity this body has to structure and support the right kind of public-private partnership with Cahoots. It would immediately give Cahoots clients, your residents, what they need now, and Eugene the positioning to have significant impact in the rethinking of how we deliver holistic and equitable public safety and security for all residents, a discussion happening now across these United States. While the Wyden legislation is promising, commitments aren't made yet, and even when made, they'll take some time. First, I request you recognize that you get far more when you give by adequately funding your partnership with Cahoots. There is no way to buy the visibility, national impacts, and resource opportunities you will receive, not to mention the direct service that they do. I've known this group for a while, worked with them. Cahoots is fueled by inspiration, hard work, and unsustainably poor wages. Not a model that lifts us all up, even as Cahoots staff work their asses off to lift up our most needy. If you apply the community benefits model, which I believe this body or the city council will be discussing soon regarding construction projects, to Cahoots, from workforce equity to employee health insurance to living wages, you see that Cahoots needs this, and I believe the city wants this. Please make it so. At this particular moment in our nation's history, it will provide guidance to the nation and attract and trigger massive state and federal investment into our area for the right thing. I strongly encourage you to consider this critical one-time $500,000 commitment, enabling both uninterrupted service and time to put a long-term solution in place. And I can't thank you enough for allowing me the opportunity.
Thank you. Next, we have Jesse, followed by the phone ending in 012. Jesse, I promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Hi there, Chair Ty, Bruce Zimmerman, City Councilor, and members of the Budget Committee. Thank you for providing me an opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Jesse, and I'm a resident of Ward 1. I'm testifying tonight on behalf of the Fossil Free Eugene Coalition. As a coalition, we're dedicated to creating a just transition for our city away from fossil fuels. Specifically, we are advocating that the city of Eugene ban the construction of new fossil fuel infrastructure in the city, mandate for all utilities in the city to provide 100% renewable energy by 2030, levy a fee on Northwest natural and other climate polluters to create a fund to transition low-income and historically marginalized communities from fracked gas to electric appliances, and to retrofit these homes to increase efficiency. If the city of Eugene is to address the climate crisis in an expedient and equitable manner and meet the ambitious goals set forth in its climate recovery ordinance, we must make good concerted investments into programs that will increase community resilience, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and support these on the frontline communities of the crisis with the resources to provide for a just transition away from fossil fuels. As such, I am testifying today to request that you create a just transition fund modeled after the Portland Clean Energy Fund to resource low-income and BIPOC communities to transition away from fossil fuels appliances in homes and businesses, invest in retrofits to increase building efficiency, resiliency, and safety, and provide funding for frontline-led renewable energy generation and storage projects locally. Fully fund the implementation of City Climate Action Plan 2.0. Allocate appropriate funding for staff to implement a bunch of other stuff. Fully fund the city's bike and pedestrian project list from the Transportation System Plan. Fund the Sustainability Commission Grants Program. Make permanent the budget and positions for city sustainability staffing. Allocate funds from the Federal American Rescue Plan, which is proposed to give a sizable amount of funds to the city of Eugene to fund climate recovery actions stated above and assist the city in implementing CAP 2.0 actions to meet the goals of the CRO. In finding the resources to fund these projects, it is imperative that the financial burden not be placed on low-income and BIPOC communities. As such, we encourage the city to create a targeted fee on the city's largest emitters to generate further revenue to support these actions. I also second the calls to reallocate funds from the police.
And we are out of time.
Thank you.
Next, we have phone ending in 012, followed by Joshua PSS. Oh, I cannot promote a phone number to panelists, so I'll allow you to talk now. Can you hear us?
This is Marty Wilder. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm calling from Ward 2, and you've also heard of me, some of you, from the Ad Hoc Committee on Police Policy. And I am calling tonight to support the one-time $500,000 funding for Cahoots and ongoing funding to support their stabilization and expansion, preferably through CSI funds, but wherever you can get it, support them. But I also wanted to talk about the flip side of that coin. And when the public responded about CSI funds and said, we want you to reallocate that from police, court systems, and jails to these social services, it wasn't just anger and spite. I mean, there was some of that there too. But what I'm seeing is that we have a history now of this law and order movement in our country to try to address problems through law enforcement, and it's working terribly. It's not working, and it results in criminalizing things that are not crimes, like being poor, not having a home, being addicted, having a mental health issue. So really what we're saying, when you send the police to deal with those problems, you're criminalizing those things. The police have a job, and their job is law enforcement. And they're always going to have that job, no matter how you dress it up in terms of community policing or whatever. And I feel so blessed that when I put my head, my thoughts, and my heart into police reform, that I lived in a place where we had a Cahoots. That is a consent and care approach to those issues. And so I want to point this out, that yes, we need to support Cahoots now, but I think the bigger picture is to do that across the board, to approach these problems with consent and care. And if we can do that—
Out of time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Joshua PSS, who was our last speaker today. Joshua, I promoted you to panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself now. Joshua, are you there?
Hello, yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Chairperson Zimmerman, city councilors, and members of the budget committee, Mayor Venice, and fellow attendees. Thank you for providing an opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Joshua Frankel, and I am a long-term resident of Ward 7 in Eugene. I'm also on the Environmental Climate Justice Committee of the local NAACP chapter. I lead local and statewide educational programs for youth related to sustainability and climate justice, and I care deeply about the climate crisis, especially in how it affects youth now and in the future. I am testifying as an individual and a supporter of the Fossil Free Eugene Coalition. I ask that you ensure that funds are available to ban construction of new fossil fuel infrastructure in the city, mandate utilities in the city to provide 100% renewable energy by 2030, levy a fee on Northwest Natural and other climate polluters to create a fund to transition low-income and historically marginalized communities from fracked gas to electric appliances. I encourage you to address these matters in an expedient and equitable manner. It is important for the city to meet the goals set forth in its climate recovery ordinance. I request that you create a just transition fund to support the transition of low-income and BIPOC communities away from fossil fuel appliances, to invest in retrofits for building efficiency, resiliency, and safety, to provide funding for frontline-led renewable energy generation and storage projects locally. I request that you fully fund the city's CAP 2.0. I request that you fully fund the city's bike and pedestrian projects list in the Transportation System Plan. I request that you fund the Sustainability Commission grants program, make the budget and staffing for all of this permanent, and allocate funds from the Federal American Rescue Plan to fund climate recovery actions found in the CAP 2.0. Please ensure that the financial burden is not placed on low-income and BIPOC communities. We encourage the city to create a targeted fee on the city's largest emitters to generate further revenue to support these actions. Also, go Cahoots. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Those are all of the people who signed up to speak before the public comment sign-up period ended.
Thank you so much, Liz. I really appreciate that. And thank you to everyone who gave testimony. I'll now offer the floor back to City Manager Mederi before we begin our deliberations.
Thank you, Ty, and thank you, everyone. I appreciate everybody that comes and speaks. And I know you guys are anxious to get into your motions. I need to share some information with you, and I think it's going to just be easier to do it with a slide. So I'm going to do that. I always hate that, like I'm going to share my screen, but I actually have to share my screen. I did some quick drawing, so hopefully it will help. So I just wanted to do a tiny bit of grounding and kind of where we were at financially. I know that I did this a little bit last week, but I wanted to do it again this week. And then I got some additional news. So what I'm showing right now is, you know, in order to get to where we were this year in FY22, we cut $4.6 million from our budget. Some of it was ongoing and some of it was one time. So every department participated, and including police, and we took those funds and we reallocated a significant portion of them into ambulance transport, funding all of our downtown operations. So our ambassadors, our downtown police, all of our cultural services facilities, all of the increased homelessness services, our climate staff, and human services. That's all funded from that one time, that cut that we made this year. I think it's important to just remind you that if you want these things to go forward into next year, into the next year, into the next year, we have to cut that money every year. So we have to find that 3.2 million. I'm just rounding it down to those things. We're going to have to find that every year because we don't have an ongoing funding source. So that was the first thing. Hold on one second. Oh, I needed to run that right. Sorry, I'm an amateur. So the other piece that was built into our forecast, this is all information we had, is that we knew that in FY24, we were going to have to be able to find 2.5 million of ongoing cuts. So that's in addition to this 3.2. So if you're carrying that forward, we're now in FY24 trying to find 3.2 and cutting an additional 2.5. So it turns into a pretty significant number when we get into the out years. And again, we don't know how we're going to recover. So we're trying to be a little bit conservative. That also includes this thing in the bottom, which are the items we still haven't identified funding for. So we're talking right now about cahoots. And we also know from the TAC report that there is a need to shore up that whole capacity in there. We have not identified a funding source of that with Lane County. And we also haven't identified our half of running the low barrier shelter, which we know is $1 million to $1.5 million. I anticipate that comes in either 23 or 24. If we want to do any ongoing homeless support or any of the climate action plan, all of that's going to take additional funding. So the new news today is we learned that we lost our Comcast case. I found out at the very end of the day. So more information about that, we're going to have to review all the legal reports. But if that, we lost. And so at some point that could mean up to a 3.9 million reduction in the general fund. And that could start this year, or it could happen in 23. It's really dependent on when Comcast stops paying. So that's a pretty significant piece. So if you just look at next year, if you want to continue doing these services on the left, and we have to find that money for Comcast, we're cutting $7.1 million next year. And then we're cutting an additional 5.7 the next year. So we have some big troughs ahead of us. And I know we also have some big needs. So I'm not trying to freak everybody out. We've been through times like this before. We have an excellent team that can help solve these problems. And I know you're really dedicated to it, but I have a lot of concern as you continue into your motions and you start talking about adding things that are going to be either really significant one-time dollars or ongoing dollars when we have a lot that we're going to need to sort through over the next few weeks and months so that we can be fiscally sound. So I hate to be a buzzkill, but I felt like I needed to share it. And with that, I'll stop sharing my screen and turn it back to you, Ty.
Thank you. That's definitely information we needed. With that, it is time to begin deliberations and potential actions on the FY22 proposed budget. So you all received an email from Vicki with the motions. Vicki is going to share her screen with the motions. The maker of the motion will then have 3 minutes to provide their rationale and other comments. Motions will then require a second. Once there is a second, we will move into a queue for discussion. I'll ask people who want to be part of the discussion of a given motion to raise their hands while the rationale is being given, and that'll be where we'll figure out who wants to chime in on something and what order we'll go with. And so with that, our first motion is from Eliza, and who the chair now recognizes.
All right. One thing I'll note is that in the draft motions that got sent out, the second part of this motion, which was about incorporating this as ongoing funding in the long term, got accidentally left out. Some of my rationale speaks to that, but given the news we just got, we'll go ahead and drop that second part of the motion and we'll see what happens next year. With that said, last year we funded an additional $73,238 in order to provide additional support to the Human Services Commission to help fund an increase to the rates paid to the service providers who provide essential social service supports in our community. This was done at a time of great financial uncertainty because we recognized the importance of these services to our community. This was added as one-time funding and was not continued in this year's budget, in part because we hadn't gotten all the information we needed from Lane County by the time the budget was drafted. The city manager discussed last week, we have since verified and gotten all that information. So I'm recommending that we allocate an additional $75,000 in the fiscal year 2022 budget to the Human Services Commission in order to ensure that we are continuing their funding at the same rate it was last year, and that those service providers aren't receiving a cut in funding right now, which is what would happen if we did not continue this funding. As Councilor Zelenka mentioned last week, we fund our human service providers a little bit differently than lots of other places. We don't directly employ them, but rather contract through the Human Services Commission with nonprofit providers. We build into our budget the rates of inflation, cost of living increases for our staff. We don't address our contracts and the people we contract with to provide these services in the same way, even though they are providing services that are essential ongoing homelessness supports that are rated as one of the top priority items for the city. And so this is a lot about making sure that when we make adjustments to what we're paying people based on inflation, based on cost of living, that we continue those because, you know, cost of living doesn't go down that often. And I'll stop there.
Do we have a second for this motion?
Point of order, I didn't actually hear a motion put forward.
I move to recommend that the City Council allocate an additional $75,000 in one-time funding to the Human Services Commission, HSC, in the fiscal year 2020 proposed budget to continue funding increases in the City of Eugene portion of subcontractor contracts.
Second.
We have a second from Councilor Syrett, and I have Councilor Clark, Councilor Keating, Catherine, and Councilor Zelenka in the queue for discussion.
Thank you, Chair, very much. I will say, first of all, that I'm going to need to apologize as I have to leave this meeting in a few moments due to a commitment for work this evening. My comments, I put my hand up in advance. I can make towards this motion by saying that I would probably not support the motion in light of the manager's announcement. I think that's a substantial hit that we all need to kind of rethink the motions that are on the table tonight in the light of those circumstances. But I will say that the city has $15 million sitting in a facilities reserve to build a $40 million city hall that will never get built. And I don't know why we continue to ignore that as if it doesn't exist. I don't know why we don't make a better plan for City Hall when we are never going to build a $40 million City Hall with the $15 million we have sitting there we could be using for more important one-time purposes right now. So that's my rationale for this. And I will not be present for the motion that I suspect is coming up with regard to cahoots. I'm a big supporter of theirs, but my question would be for whoever, and I hope another member will ask it, for whoever makes the motion. Will we be recommending a wage increase for everyone at Whitebird or just for cahoots personnel? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. Similarly, along the lines of Councilor Clark, I'm wondering if any motion tonight is in order based on the information we just received from City Manager. So I would ask as a point of information if we have the ability to table any motion this evening to our next budget meeting, or are we under the gun to pass a budget tonight?
Councilor Keating, you would have to add an additional budget meeting. Twyla can speak to the legalities if I screw this up, but the budget committee is legally required to make a recommendation to the council, and you're legally required to adopt that before the end of the year. So you are under a timeline. You could pick this up as a supplemental budget. So you could adopt and go forward with the budget the way it was proposed and come back to these items when you have a little bit more time after the budget is put in place.
Understood. So we have until June 30th.
Twyla, do you want to weigh in on sort of some of the timeline and what has to still happen in order for council to vote that in place.
Yes, can everyone hear me? So good evening, Twyla Miller, I'm the finance director. So there are a number of requirements. We need to have the recommendation to council, and we need to do so that we can post a legal ad. There's timing around a legal ad that needs to happen before the public hearing, which happens in late June. So I don't know if we might be able to do one more, but it would have to be very soon. I'm actually asking staff to see how late we could have the budget committee make a recommendation to go to council and still meet the legal ad requirements per ORS to have the public hearing and council take adoption before the end of June.
So for the budget committee to meet again, it would have to be and then to give us time to get that ad in place for adoption at the end of June. We'd have to meet next week. We need a week to post a meeting hearing or a meeting notice for the budget committee. So it would be Thursday or Friday of next week in order for us to have the time to put the budget together and all the posting and the ad. It would be a crunch, but we'd probably do that, but no later than next week.
And I just want to say, we're not going to have any additional information than what I've shared with you tonight. We know what the general fund impact will be. It's just a matter of understanding the timing of when that's going to hit, whether it's going to hit this year in FY22 or next year. That's the piece that's unknown, and we won't know that by next week. So I think if there's although I will say this, council can adjust the budget when it comes to you if there's something that you wanted to add back or take out, either direction.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I'm going to reserve my comments about cahoots until we get to that particular motion. But my comments are interconnected in that I love cahoots, but one could argue that the role and responsibility is more with the county under the Human Services umbrella. Leonie Davis said it pretty eloquently in her testimony, quote, cahoots is a model for the county. And my question so if it's helpful for staff to, before we get to that cahoots conversation, is what is the county's investment level in cahoots? And here we are with a motion in front of us to discuss our investment level with Human Services. As Vice Chair of the Human Services Commission, I understand the need for these dollars. I will be supporting this motion. I just want to have a better picture about the partnership that we have with the county. I thank Commissioner Burney for joining us tonight and advocating for cahoots funding, but I want to have a better picture of what the county's investment level is, especially with federal dollars coming in under ARPA. What are the opportunities to potentially match dollar for dollar with our county partners, considering an investment in cahoots is good for the city, it's good for the county, it's good for the overall community. I'll reserve the rest of my cahoots comments there, and happy to hear the rest of our speakers tonight.
Thank you. Catherine.
There we go. Sorry, I don't use Zoom during the day, so I don't know where the buttons are. This is sort of not specific to this motion, but I wanted to make sure that I get on the record out of an abundance of caution to state that I am employed by Lane County Human Services Division. I have consulted with the city attorney and have been advised that my employment does not create a potential or actual conflict, but I did want to be really transparent about that, given that the city budget allocates funds to the Human Services Commission and potentially other projects that I may be involved with in my professional capacity. So I just wanted to make sure and get that on the record.
Thank you. Councilor Zelenka.
Thank you, Chair. I understood that we got information about the disposition of the dollars going towards people's salaries. I didn't see that. Can someone summarize that?
Yeah, I think that we got the, before the last meeting packet went out, we received information from Steve about how those funds were distributed, and it showed sort of how the costs added up and what they had spent. So I felt confident that it had met its intended purpose. So that's why, you know, that's what I was looking for when we initially asked.
So Eliza, is your intent to have the 75,000 go towards that same thing, which is salaries of HSC subcontractors? Because your motion say that.
So it does say continue to fund the Eugene portion of these subcontractor rates. And so if we
hourly rates of the employees of the subcontractors.
That wasn't what the original motion was. The original motion was to help increase the rates for the subcontractor contracts so that the subcontractors could then pass that benefit along to their employees. I have talked to a number of the service providers who saw their rates increase from this, and they did use that to help facilitate their ability to provide raises, provide other staff supports. And, you know, but obviously, I think the total amount that this is for each individual service provider is relatively small. So for example, Central Latino got $1,000 from this. This is obviously not enough for them to raise the salaries of everybody who works for them. It helped. So I tried to mirror the language of the original motion, saying that it's going to the rates for those subcontractors, and then really looking from there to really trying to avoid those rates getting cut, because that's what would happen if this funding doesn't continue. And I did include I think it's as an attachment to the packet that got sent out, the list that Lane County provided, that's all the subcontractors and the money that this went to, what this went to very specifically.
Yeah, I didn't like the original motion either, because I didn't think it was specific enough. I think if you want it, my experience over the years is be as specific as you need to be. And in this case, I would say that it should go to the personnel cost of the subcontractors. So it's really clear what this money is for. So if you want to take that as a friendly amendment.
I wouldn't actually, because my impression is that with a couple of exceptions, Eugene, when it does contracts, doesn't typically specify the salaries of the people fulfilling the contracts. And so I feel like adding that language specifically creates more confusion and problems that actually make it harder for these service providers. They're spending the money trying to account for the money as opposed to using it to help benefit the organizations and the clients they serve.
So, okay. So we won't know if it actually goes to personnel costs. It'll just go to providers, subcontractors. I'll probably support the motion anyway, in part because, as I mentioned before, the way that we fund human services is through these contacts, through the subcontractors, through these nonprofits, and we don't build into it as we do in our budget inflationary costs. So every year we stay static, it's actually a cut. And I've tried over the years to actually get that be part of this, the HSC budget, where at least the personnel part of it gets increased so that people can keep pace with inflation, but that's not been successful. So I'll probably support the motion, even though it's not specific enough.
Thank you, Councilor Saret.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Eliza, for bringing this motion forward, and for, even though it was an omission by error, keeping the omission of the ongoing funding, while, to give the city manager the ability to really think through how we're going to deal with our future state. While I appreciate Councilor Zelenka's concern about it not being specific enough, I think, I think and we can, through the record we're making tonight, make the intention clear that it's meant to assist in compensation, I would prefer to say, rather than salaries, because compensation can show up in a lot of different ways that don't necessarily have to be continued, indefinitely. So extra vacation days, retention bonuses, those kinds of things are things that some of the service providers testified at Human Services Commission they were trying to offer people in order to maintain stability with their staff. So I will support the motion. I appreciate the kind of bombshell that the city manager had to drop on us. She didn't really have a choice. She, as she said, she just found out about this decision right before our meeting. But I think the amount of money being asked for here is reasonable and something we can manage even within trying to figure out how we're going to address this impending deficit that we're going to face. So I hope others will consider supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Evans.
We can't
hear you, Greg.
All right, that brings us back to Councilor Zelenka for a second round.
Chair Bruce Zimmerman, was I the only one who couldn't hear Councilor Evans' testimony?
He wasn't able to get his testimony audible, and I saw on his lips all pass at the end.
How about now, Greg? No. Still working on it. Actually, I think last year's motion actually was a motion that Claire and I made to Sean's motion, which actually said that it should go to salaries. And that's not included in this version. Correct me if I'm wrong.
The original motion talked about subcontractor rates. There was a friendly amendment about salaries. I think as Councilor Surratt spoke to, reaching out to the service providers, trying to learn more about this. The vast majority of what these contracts are for is for wages, for staffing costs. That's the bulk of the expense that to provide these human services is the humans provided the services. And the language with the salaries created a lot of confusion about whether it was intended to, for example, fully fund a 2% increase for all of the employees at the agency, which obviously wasn't enough to do. And so given the confusion that specific language created last year, it seemed like adding it this year would just create the same confusion next year.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And I saw Councillor Evans did a little reset and threw his hand back up. So I'm hoping we are able to hear you this time. But it also looks like you may have just stepped away from your camera momentarily. So I'm going to move to Councillor Surratt for a second round and then double back to Greg when he's back at his seat.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So Councilor Zelenka's recollection is correct. And in retrospect, I feel that was an error to use that term, salaries. So that's why I like this framing better, partly for the reasons that Eliza articulated.
Thank you. Sean.
Thanks. I have a question, Eliza, maybe you know the answer or somebody else. Last year's motion that I made was in conjunction with similar motions done by the county and by the city of Springfield. Do you know if this proposed funding funding increase from Eugene is also being matched in a similar fashion by the county in Springfield on an ongoing basis?
Last year, it was matched by the county and not by Springfield. As a result, instead of a 2% increase to the rates, it was like a 1.6 whatever. I don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact percentage on the top of my head. The county is continuing their portion of that. If Eugene does not continue its portion of that, then the rate would go down by whatever the exact whatever portion of that 1.6% Eugene contributed last year. So Springfield didn't chip in, the county did. The county is planning on continuing to chip in.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And let's turn back to Councilor Evans one more time.
Okay, can you hear me now? Yes? All right, good. I just sign out and sign back in. So a couple of things. City manager, when does the 3.9 in our budget go away from the fees that we were normally collecting on communications right-of-ways?
That's really unclear at this time. I mean, honestly, we just learned. I'm going to try to pull up my little thing that I got at the end of the day. I don't know if Twyla wants to speak about it, but I think it's, where did it go? Sorry. I think we're going to be sorting that out. You know, they've been paying even through the lawsuit. And so it's really when they decide to stop paying, and there's just really unknown about that.
Because I'm trying to think, is that going to possibly affect this FY22 budget or FY23?
Yeah, well, if they immediately stop paying, that would be revenue we lost this year. You might remember that we had that 4 and 4 balance beam that in any given year, we never wanted to drop below $4 million in reserves, and we wanted to have 4% in the out years. And all of that was so we would be prepared if we needed to in an emergency situation, handle this Comcast hit. So if it does come into effect this year, we're going to go really, really low on reserves. It's going to be challenging. And so we may need to make some cuts earlier, but we've been sort of preparing for that worst news scenario. But I think over the next few days, we'll be able to read the decision, understand what our options might be. One of the things I learned, and I'm way out over my legal skis here, but part of this case specifically named Eugene as being kind of the thing they were trying to fix. So we don't have a lot of wiggle room because they just zoned in on our rules and our fees as sort of the center of this case.
And so back to the motion. I'm going to support the motion, but I need to remind not only myself, but my colleagues as well, is that we have the whole thing with cahoots and the county human services budget really reels back to the state. And if we do, pass this motion and we do further, make other motions that will raise the amount of money that we are allocating for cahoots and for cahoots workers, that we still don't have a place for people to take people, for them to get the help that they need. And we cannot do that without the state stepping in and assisting the county by putting some dollars and some revenue in so that we can get professional help for the people who need it. Otherwise, we're just going in a circle and a circle and a circle, and we're not really addressing what the problem is and what needs to be done. You know, we could put more cahoots workers on the street. Remember, a couple of years ago, we voted for a third cahoots unit to be put into play. Cahoots did not have the capacity to staff that unit. Still doesn't have the capacity to staff that unit. So the need is clear and it's out there. But the other piece of this is we need to have further support from the state through the county to this issue and this problem. And I'm not speaking out of turn because I know Claire knows it. Matt, you're learning about it. And those of us who have served on the Human Services Commission know that this has been a continuing issue and a problem. So we're not, people out there think that by pouring more money into cahoots that we're going to solve our issues. No, that's not going to do it. But it will do this. It will help stabilize the staffing for cahoots and hopefully be able to recruit new long-term staff members that don't want to run out of there screaming because they can't help the people that they want to help and need help.
Thank you. And I have Councilor Groves.
Thank you, Chair. I've been just trying to get my head wrapped around the news on the Comcast piece. So I've really been trying to formulate how to move forward here when we have such limited time. And I am inclined to support this motion, but I reserve the right on this and all motions that may pass tonight to come back and revisit that as part of council later, as maybe we get a better handle on what this loss of funding is going to mean. So if I vote for something tonight and then come back and make a motion on council or support a motion later, please understand it's just trying to make sure we keep things going forward tonight, but also tempering everything that's before us tonight with the reality of what we are going to face. And as far as HSC funding alone, I heard some news this week that I did find rather distressing. And speaking of our supportive housing that we have, specifically the comments on MLK, I was so excited when that was put into place in knowing that we were going to have a place to take some of our most challenged people off the streets. But then I found out earlier this week, and I'll ask for Chief Skinner and Chief Heppel to maybe, if they have the statistics, to let us know. But in the first 3 months of that being open, what I thought would be a self-contained facility has had well over a couple hundred police responses and almost a couple hundred of fire responses to that facility that's supposed to be self-supporting. So that causes me concerns. It causes me concern of what are we putting our money towards? What are the metrics around what we are investing in? What are the performance standards? And how do we start getting ahead of some of these situations that are draining the resources of our community? So anyway, I don't know if the two chiefs have some comments on that to kind of frame the issue and put it in perspective, but these are all important things that we need to be not just supporting, the facilities to be built, but we need systems in place that can handle the load. Thank you.
Councilor Groves, I'm just going to ask if Chris and Chris have that information and you can be brief, that would be great, because this is kind of a bigger conversation for another time. And I know we've got a lot to get through. So
I'm just looking for raw numbers, but I think we kind of need to put this in context.
I mean,
what we're trying to deal with here.
The information you received, I just also received a day or two ago. And so I haven't actually seen the numbers either.
real quickly, Councilor Rose. So open in February, we started monitoring it more closely in March. Since March to today's, we've run about 80 some calls at that facility for fire and EMS in the last few months.
Councilor Groves, from the police department, we're at 192 calls for service at that facility in the last 3 months.
Okay, that's still a pretty heavy volume. So that's something that does concern me. And I realize what we're talking about with the HSC funding is far beyond just these pieces. But to me, these are examples of how we need to think of the downstream effect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I have two more hands, both of which are from people who have already spoken once. I am going to turn to Councilor Keating and then to Eliza. But I do feel we're starting to move our deliberations away from the specific motion currently on the table. And I think it's about time to bring us towards a vote on this. We have a lot more to get through tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to correct the record. I quoted Leonie Davis as saying that Cahoots is a model for the county. And Leonie may have said that, but there's an email thread where Leonie informed me that they misspoke, and so the thinking that Leonie was trying to convey is that Cahoots is a model for the country, which of course we all agree. I just wanted to correct that for the record, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Eliza.
I'll just in response to Councilor Evans' comments. You know, we talk a lot about, I completely agree that it's all part of a larger system, that when Cahoots is doing their work, they need places to take people, that people need supports that go beyond that. And that's one of the reasons why I find this funding so important and this funding for these service providers so important, is because that is the piece that does that. Eugene contributes a relatively small percentage of the Human Services Commission's funding. And so this really is Eugene supporting, you know, dollars that are coming from everywhere, doing a small piece of that to help provide those supports that help people, you know, after they've interacted with Cahoots and in various other contexts. And part of the reason why we're having as many problems as we're having in a lot of these areas is because those activities and those organizations are extremely underfunded. There's a provider shortage that goes beyond what we've been hearing about Cahoots and what it's affecting, you know, providers who are doing this kind of work all over the city and all over the county. And so, you know, this is a relatively small ability to kind of help make a tiny dent in that.
Thank you. Councilor Semple.
Thank you very much. I'm going to support this, but I am feeling very anxious tonight about all of these motions since we don't have very much information yet. Since we don't really have time to have the budget committee come back, but council still gets a chance to look at it, is there the time constraint for legal notice for the council public hearing like there is for not being able to have the budget meeting again?
Yeah, Twyla, you want to answer that? And then I would also, can you also talk about like timing of a supplemental budget as well and how that could be moved up?
The supplemental budget for next year, sir. Okay.
Just if they ended up wanting to make adjustments, that it doesn't need to happen in this couple weeks.
Great. So when the recommendation comes to council for the proposed budget in June, you can make adjustments. So council can make adjustments to the amount of estimated expenditures for any fund increases by $5,000 or 10% of estimated expenditures, whatever is greater from what the recommendation that came to you, without having another legal hearing, another public, a legal ad published. So there's a buffer where you can make some adjustments to the budget that's recommended to you without an additional legal ad and another public hearing.
Is that just to increase it or to decrease it also?
You can, a change in estimated expenditures. So
either way then, 5,000.
well, it's the greater of 5,000 or 10% of the fund's expenditures. So for the general fund, if estimated expenditures are $170,000, $1 million, it would be 17 million for the general fund.
And that's just in increases. It's
oh, it is just, yeah, sorry.
So
yeah,
you could
it's just an
decrease
increase.
it. You could decrease it without that limit.
Yes.
Thank you. I know we can change it in the future, but this is, you know, distressing news, and it's really difficult to make these decisions on the fly without more information. So I just don't want to get us into too much trouble, but I do want this. Thank you very much.
And just to speak quickly to the supplemental budget, we traditionally have a supplemental budget in December of each year to true up our audit, but we can call a supplemental budget earlier or different points in the year. We just need to be able to publish a legal ad and meet the legal requirements for publishing the ad and have a public hearing. So we're not, we have the December supplemental budget due to audit considerations and the timing of our audit, but we can call supplemental budgets at different times as long as we meet those constraints with the legal ad.
In a supplemental budget, can you reduce it then if you've already told somebody you're going to give them the money? Can you take it back?
You can make any changes in the supplemental budget. We just have to publish them a legal ad so folks can come and provide testimony to council.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any additional hands. So I seeing no further discussion, I believe we are now ready to vote on the motion for the $75,000 to the Human Services Commission. If I can see a show of hands, all in favor. I'm seeing there's Councilor Zelenka's camera. That's 13. Raina, I can't tell if you, I see 14 hands and Councilor Clark is absent. So by my count, that sounds unanimous as confirmation. I'll check if there are any no votes. I don't see any. Are there any abstentions? By my count, that was a 14-0 vote, and that motion passes. Before we step to the next one, I am going to acknowledge that after that discussion, it is clear the impact of, as was said, the bombshell that from the city manager is definitely increasing our deliberation tonight and complicating tonight's proceedings enough that I do not think there's any chance we'll be closing this meeting out at 7:30. So I'll revisit this after the next motion and see where we land, but I expect I'll be asking for motions to extend the meeting. And if we are pushing it well past 7:30, I will also make sure we slide a break in there that wasn't previously scheduled. So that's where I'm looking at the meeting management now, because I think this might turn into a much longer night than scheduled unless that conversation was an aberration. We will see. So with that, our next motion is going to be from Councilor Syrett, who I will recognize for rationale, followed by the motion itself.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I didn't pull my rationale up in front of me. Hang on one second. So it's a pretty straightforward motion to add, originally to add to add 50,000 and find a way to make that ongoing. And the rationale is that our tree canopy provides multiple benefits to our community, including promoting public health, beautification, carbon sequestration, reduces the heat, urban heat from sidewalks and pavement, and our urban forestry budget is and has been in need of additional resources to maintain and expand that canopy. So this is not a huge amount, but it's will provide for the actual planting of additional trees and help us move towards filling the resource gap there. I did speak with the head of Public Works, and he said they definitely could use it and already have places identified to plant additional trees. So that is the purpose of the money, and that is how it would be used if this motion were to pass. You know, it does, well, I'll put the motion out as written and see what people's responses to it are. So move to recommend that the city manager add $50,000 to the FY22 Urban Forestry Tree Planting Program from the American Rescue Plan Act funding, and identify funding for this amount to be added to the base budget for this program beyond FY22.
I second that.
Moved by Councilor Sirett, seconded by Councilor Semple. And for discussion, it looks like we're starting with Eliza, followed by Catherine, Sean, and Councilor Keating.
And this is a little bit of a process question. I know several weeks ago we talked about motions that were made to really just to recommend or prioritize what we were putting in a supplemental budget. And that's a little bit different than recommendations for changes like for this budget that will go to council next in a few weeks. And especially given the news today, having a little bit of clarity about whether the relief funding, whether that would be part of a supplemental budget or whether that would be part of this budget. Because especially as we get to some of the motions a little down the road, knowing is it deciding today or recommending for supplemental would be helpful.
I'm not sure what Councilor Sirett's intent was, but it will I think necessarily need to be a part of supplemental budget because they're having a conversation probably in July around the ARPA priorities, and then we committed to coming back and doing that. I think, you know, what I had suggested was wording for all of those motions where you were going to do that to prioritize that as part of the ARPA. But I was sort of understanding that was the intent. But if you want to clean it up, that's fine too.
If that was in fact Councilor Sirett's intent, then maybe changing recommend to prioritize as a friendly amendment so that we have that clarity of, is it something where council is expecting to see in 2 weeks, or is it something that you're expecting to discuss in the summer?
Chair, can I respond?
Please.
Yeah, thanks, Eliza. That's a great question. And that was my intention. And so I could have been more clear, and I'm happy to replace add with prioritize.
And just to confirm, Councilor Semple accepts that friendly as well as the second.
Thanks, that's it.
Thank you. Catherine, followed by Sean.
My question, I think, was mostly answered in that, but I'm going to ask it just for full clarity, which is whether, like, I guess whether we feel like right now that is, how certain we feel that that is a thing that we're going to be able to use that dollars for, or if we're still kind of not sure.
I think there's going to be enough flexibility in that funding as we evaluate it to be able to do work like that. There'll be a number of ways we could make that connection.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, followed by Councillor Keating.
Could someone give me a sense of what $50,000 in additional funding would get us in terms of additional trees, or kind of to put it in context?
Hi, Sean. It's Matt Rodriguez, Acting Public Works Director. We have a contract with Friends of Trees that would likely be the way that we would go about something like this. I think on average, it's about $300 a tree. So we're looking at about, just under 170 trees that you could put in with that amount of money in 1 year. And that includes planting the tree and watering it and basically taking care of it, making sure it's getting established and it's going to thrive.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Keating, followed by Councillor Semple.
Chair, may I request to go after Councillor Semple? I'm looking up my notes from the council's work session on the tree canopy.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I just want to say, I think this is important. One, it takes trees a while to grow. So this is a forward-looking thing. It benefits every single person in the city, both climate-wise and just mental health, aesthetics. I think it's really important. I know we're scrambling for the money now, but that would make a difference, that many trees. So I just want to put that out there, that it's part of the cap, and it's a happy thing. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Keating, are you ready?
Yeah, I can't find my notes off to riff off of memory. If memory serves, our canopy program is, or our tree canopy for our urban forest is around, apologies for Vegas checking in there, by the way. Our tree canopy in Eugene is around 21% coverage. And in Portland, it's inching toward 30%. And there are mitigation strategies in place in Portland that we just don't have in place in Eugene. We have, I believe it was impressed upon us, more of an education model rather than an enforcement model. But every year we're losing more and more trees. I strongly support this prioritization effort, and I would ask that we look to see, or we look to change maybe our approach and generate revenue for folks who may or generate revenue by applying some of the best practices in Portland to Eugene, whether that is a fee structure program or considering the trees kind of all belong to us. Moreover, if there are trees removed within city limits, I would like the city to find a way to encourage entities that remove them to use them within the city limits. For example, right here in South Eugene on eWeb property, there's old growth forest that's being removed, and there's a strong thirst by our neighbors to keep that old growth right here benefiting the neighbors in South Eugene, if indeed it's going to be removed. I don't want to let all that minutia hold up my support for this motion. So thank you, Councillor Syrett. I will be strongly supporting this effort tonight.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor, and also thank you, Vegas. Ryan.
I was going to say a lot of what Councillor Keating just said. Our target, I think, is 30% canopy cover, could be even higher. As Councillor Semple said, this is in the CAP 2.0. There's obviously a lot of interest in this. Just to save time, I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further comment on this motion? I'm not seeing any, so I will take a vote of all in favor.
Chair, I can't see colleagues. I can see the motion and just thanks. Appreciate that.
I had them in a sidebar and I believe I saw all 14 hands. I want to, if everyone keep your hands up just a moment longer for staff to get that count too. Thank you. And just to confirm, did we have any opposed? Seeing none. Did we have any abstentions? Seeing none, I count another 14-0. We've passed that one as well. Which brings us to the moment of my notes where it says that at 7:15, we should hopefully be moving to our final two motions to put the budgets forward. We have not yet discussed either of our fire motions from John or our cahoots motion. So as I said before, we're definitely not finishing by 7:30. And I think both of those are likely meaty enough that if we had a motion to extend the meeting, giving us enough time for those discussions, then now would be a good time to give a 5-minute break for us to refresh before taking on the unexpected opportunities. And I do see Councillor Keating's hand up. I'm not sure if that's intentional.
I move to extend the meeting by half an hour and take a 5-minute break.
Second.
Moved by Eliza, seconded by Councillor Keating for a half-hour extension to 8 o'clock and a 5-minute break. All in favor? Shockingly, I see 14 hands. Any opposed? Any abstentions? I will see everyone back here at 7:22 or 7:23 to dig in. motion for which we'll be recognizing John.
Thank you very much. I imagine most of you have probably already read my rationale, so I'll try to be brief on that and just simply say that this motion is proposing to maintain the existing level of funding for the engine at Fire Station 2. The proposal that's in this proposed budget, as Councilor Grove spoke to last week, would actually be reducing our fire suppression capability to less than what it was in 1980. And I think in our current time, that is really something that we really need to not be doing from a life and fire safety perspective. I've been passionate about this. I've spoken to this, several times already. For those of you that don't know me, I do spend my days on an ALS ambulance and as a firefighter. And I was also up at Holiday Farm last September, that first night, at midnight. The fire was down to Finn Rock, and I was up there. If you recall reports of, the firefighters trapped in Blue River, I was one of that group. I don't want to say we were trapped because we were relatively safe. We just couldn't leave. But I can attest personally, having seen what the difference of an apparatus, a fire truck, an ambulance being there at that moment when you need it is the difference between a life being saved or a life being lost, or a house burning down or a house being saved, or a fire being stopped when it's small or growing into something catastrophic. And so I'm really passionate that I think passing this motion to maintain at least the minimum level staffing is absolutely imperative. So the motion is, I move to have the City Council direct the City Manager to prioritize funding the Eugene Springfield Fire Department budget to maintain, at a minimum, the existing service and capability level of the department by replacing the $690,000 proposed reduction in the FY22 proposed budget to maintain the current staffing and apparatus at Eugene Fire Station number 2, and to not make other reductions in the department of the Eugene Springfield Fire Department this year, nor in future years, unless the need for fire suppression and EMS capability is reduced due to other factors. The City Manager shall be granted flexibility in determining the most appropriate funding source for this motion, so as to minimize the effects of the cuts to other departments. The funding should come from the following sources in the following priority order. The funding, to the greatest extent as is possible, should come from pandemic reimbursements, such as the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, federal and state grants, tax receipts above projections, and or other sources which would not cause reductions to the proposed budget. Additional funding, as necessary and is feasible, to come from other department budgets by delaying the hiring of new FTE, delaying the implementation of new or phased projects, postponing filling currently vacant positions, and or reducing acquisitions of material or services where possible. Only to the extent that other funding sources are not available, then should funds be utilized from the Reserve for Revenue Shortfall account.
Second.
And I did not catch who just seconded. Did staff get that for the record?
Keating. I did, Chair.
Seconded by Councilor Keating. Thank you. And I have Eliza, followed by Councilor Zelenka, followed by Councilor Grove.
First, John, I want to thank you for your service to our county and our community, as well to your continued advocacy for the people who provide that service. And it is an incredibly important service, and it is very, very much appreciated. I had a couple points of clarity that I wanted to get, much as I asked Councilor Surratt. When reading this, it's a little unclear to me whether the intent is to refill funding for this in a supplemental budget using these funds that we've kind of been told we'll talk about in a supplemental budget, or whether it is to modify the budget before us to replace those funds right now. And so could you clarify that for me?
My, well, two parts quickly in that perhaps I misunderstood city manager's request. My attempt in this motion is to grant her tremendous flexibility in how she does it, but the current proposal, the current budget proposes making the cuts effective at the beginning of this fiscal year. So this motion looks to not make those cuts at the beginning of this fiscal year. So this motion does put it forward as part of this budget. But my attempt is to give City Manager Derry as much latitude as possible in how she manages to do that.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question I had was this language about not making other reductions in the budget of the Eugene Springfield Fire Department in this year nor in future years. And wanted to really clarify, is that even a thing that budget committee can vote on? You know, I feel like we vote on kind of what's before us, but we need to be able to be flexible for the changing situations, the discussions of what's happening. We got some really not great news tonight. And so first of all, I'm not even sure if that's a thing that we can kind of mandate. And even if it is, you know, we talked before about the service level priorities, which are passed by the council. And that seems like one of those conversations that should happen there as opposed to here.
And if I can respond to that quickly to clarify my intent, the Engine 2 funding was already identified to come back after 2 years. And so what I was trying to do was cover two things. One, to recognize that this was a 2-year reduction and trying to maintain that funding for that period of time until the funding has already been identified to be there on an ongoing basis. So this isn't a perpetual ongoing perpetual request. This is a this year and next year sort of request. And the other is I trust Chief Heppel's analysis that if there is a reduction to be made, the engine which should be reduced ought to be Engine 2. My intent with that clarity is I just don't want to say, okay, we're replacing Engine 2 and we're going to cut Engine 10 or Engine 11 instead. And that doesn't actually get us any further ahead. That's even worse. So, you know, I trust Chief Heppel's decision on which apparatus is the appropriate one, and I'm not trying to undercut that as much as address the funding deficiency.
Okay, I think, you know, I'm not quite sure how to rephrase it, and I feel like wordsmithing at the table is always challenging. But certainly that's not how I read the motion now. And, you know, would have some concerns about saying that fire department funding stays at what I read it as is fire department funding stays at the level it is in perpetuity and never gets cut again. And so if there's a rephrasing that makes that intent more clear, that would be helpful. Which, you know, again, I very much support our firefighters, but especially given the news, I think we're going to be looking everywhere.
While I would love for there to be funding in perpetuity, that was not what I was attempting to write in there.
Thank you. I do see our city manager raised her hand. I'm not sure that is this a direct response to something that was said?
Well, I was just going to respond to John's saying this is part of this budget. I did also understand this as we talked about it, that this would be prioritized as part of the ARPA funding. It's really clear that this group and that the council is going to want to fund that. So we will not make that reduction in July. So it'll have to get replenished as part of a supplemental budget, but it won't be put in with this budget because we won't have the ability to do that.
Thank you. Councilor Zelenka.
Yeah, I was confused by this motion too, because I didn't understand all of the stuff that's in here. I'm wondering why it's so complicated, when in fact is all you're trying to do is say, make the priority. Well, I don't agree that it's going to be, you're going to do it this year. That presents a whole ton of problems, trying to figure out where in the budget we have to make all these cuts to $1 million to restore this. And when the solution is actually pretty simple, which is to actually just prioritize it as the first priority for the American rescue plan funds, the ARPA funds. So why don't we just have a motion that says, move to recommend the city council that they direct the city manager to make the highest priority for funding to restore the cuts to the Eugene Fire Station #2 from the American Rescue Plan Act funding, period. And then all this other stuff, I think it's nice that you feel like that, John, but I don't necessarily agree with everything you said here. And I think it overcomplicates it. And I certainly don't agree that this motion, this is a question for the city manager. So this passes and you have to do this in this budget. How would you do that? That was for you, Sarah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking John that.
Well, it doesn't.
Yeah, no, we would have to, I mean, we would be either digging really deep into reserves, or you're right, we would be making other reductions to find that funding. It's not an easy add back. I mean, I thought we had all along, I had felt the intent was this was going to be refunded through ARPA funds. And so I think we have a plan in place where we can do that. And I've always, I mean, I just think we're not going to turn around and hand people cut notices based on this. We were never eliminating staff as part of this. So it's not necessary. I don't think it's necessary for you to do it in this moment. I think the first part up until you got to the comma, I'm good. Like, I understood what it was you were trying to do. And that meets, I think, the goals of what we've all been talking about. Well, what you've been talking about.
I'm sorry, City Manager, would you clarify which comma were you referring to?
Oh, I was just talking about the first one, right? So you moved apparatus station 2, right there. That I'm not on the budget committee. So that to me, make sure that we restore that engine, and we'll do that as part of prioritizing the ARPA funds, because we're not laying staff off. Nothing needs to happen on July 1st. If that makes sense.
So what I heard you say, City Manager, is that if we're to try to do it in this budget, you'd have to go back and either hit the reserves or do cuts and potentially lay people off or make budget cuts in other departments and figure all that out in order to balance the budget. And then July 1, we would restore all of those back to with ARPA funds, which is that what I heard you say? Because that doesn't make sense.
I'm probably making finance really uncomfortable with my junior finance degree, but I think what I'm telling you is that would be really hard to do. I mean, there's a really clear, to me, there's no question that the ARPA funds, that restoring a fire engine is going to be an strong eligible use. So there's no, I mean, it's a strong eligible use. Everybody has, I'm guessing this is going to be a unanimous vote. However, if it gets modified. And so knowing that, yeah, we would do it as we would just leave things in place, and we would know that funding would back it up. If you need it to happen before, we're taking it out of reserves, or we're just freezing a bunch of things until you make that vote. So other things won't happen. And I can't tell you what that is tonight. I'd have to come back with a proposal, but it's feels like if what you're trying to do is keep the fire engine going, you don't need to do it, I don't believe, as part of this budget year. It could be part of supplemental. Twyla, if you have a different feeling, you could jump in and say Sarah's wrong.
Actually, I don't have a different, I would agree with what you're saying. So you're doing a great job as a junior finance.
Do I get junior finance interpreter?
Was that part of the job description that we hired you for?
Junior finance.
Buses off of rocks and junior finance. Good job.
As a minimum qualification. So I understand what you're trying to do, John. I just think you're overcomplicating this a lot. And I think it's actually simple. So I'll move to substitute a motion that says, move to recommend to the city council that they direct the city manager to make the highest priority for funding the restoration of the cuts to the Eugene Fire Station #2 from the American Rescue Plan Act funding.
Second.
We have a motion to substitute from Councilor Zelenka, and I heard seconded by Councilor Syret. So that we are now discussing motion to substitute.
I can send you the text.
Following the existing raised hands when we just created a new queue is a complication of the way I've been using Zoom to run the meeting. Can we do a visual raise hands of anyone who has a...
Who should I send this text to for the motion so they get it right?
Can you send it to Vicky Silvers?
Vicky.
Oh, Vicky.
Send it in the chat. You can just send it in the chat. Thank you. That'd be helpful.
Thank you. And so I have a visible hand from Councilor Syret to speak to the motion to substitute.
Sorry, Randy, that I got credit for the second when you seconded it as well. So I do really appreciate John's intention and completely support it. And also thank you for your service as a firefighter. But I agree with Councilor Zelenka. I think that there is a more simple way. I think that, so I also read the motion as saying the city manager will never make cuts to this department again, the way Eliza interpreted it. So, and although it says, you know, the city manager will be granted flexibility, that it has all of this prescriptive kind of, you know, and I know it's like trying to point to ways to accomplish this, but I think as the city manager said, the ARPA funds, I mean, part of the point of the ARPA funds is to restore basic services for cities that have experienced impacts from COVID. And so using those funds, and I totally agree, this should be the first priority for those funds, is completely appropriate. And then, you know, I'm fine with Alan's motion, but I had been thinking, you know, you could reframe it to say, and to seek ways to maintain this funding level for FY23. But, and I know my, you know, we're only deciding the FY22 budget, or because of our unusual situation, priorities for ARPA funding, right? And then I have a motion later that I hope we'll get a second for, to ensure that this budget committee comes back together to discuss the ARPA funds, the CSI funds as part of the supplemental budget. So I think Councilor Zelenka's motion accomplishes what John's motion was also working to accomplish, but is more straightforward and easier for the city manager to implement, and still accomplishes the same results.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that wants to speak to the process of substituting this new motion? Councilor Groves.
Thank you. John, I too appreciate the motion you made and the intent behind it. also thank you also for your service. This motion is very important to me. I know what it means if we were to lose this asset. I do agree that I think Councillor Zelenka's motion and Councillor Syret's second is probably the cleaner way to make this happen. And I think the city manager understands the importance of this as we build an FY23 budget in the future as well. So I have great confidence that if we go this route, it's going to happen. It's a simpler process from a budget standpoint. And I think it gets us where we need to be without any chance of jeopardizing reserves or any of the other things that are now even more important with the news we received tonight. So this still accomplishes everything that you're trying to achieve here and everything I think needs to happen here. But it's just a cleaner way of reinstating this important asset. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify that I sent the motion language to Vicky's email. So Vicky, look there.
Excellent. Do we have any other comments on or any other debate on the motion to substitute? And here is the text of the proposed substitution. And seeing no further comment on that, I'm all in favor of the substitution. Please raise your hands.
I'm sorry, I was late, but may I make a comment, please, Mr. Chair, before we?
Yes.
Can we go back to the motion, please? I wish I'd have seen this earlier. I would have flagged this for folks. We direct the city manager make the highest priority for funding the restoration of the proposed cuts, because they're not cuts because no one's voted on the cuts. So I think it's a little misleading if this reads as is. I would ask the maker of the motion to accept a friendly to insert the word proposed, please.
I don't think that's actually correct, because when you pass the budget, it'll have this cut in it. And so the motion is to recommend that the prioritization be the highest prioritization is the restoration of that cut. Because we will pass the budget with as is, and then we'll restore it.
So it's a space-time continuum question because we haven't done it yet.
It is.
Okay.
Yes, ensign metaphor it is.
Got it. Thanks.
All right, with that, all in favor of the substitution?
Can you show the people?
I do see 14 hands on my sidebar. Double checking the count by asking any opposed. Any abstentions? Okay, Alan's substituted motion is now on the table. So we now have a queue for debate on the motion, if there is any. But I am not seeing any.
It's a substitute motion, so it was passed.
The motion to substitute it for the other motion was passed, is my parliamentary understanding. So it is now on the table as a motion that we can now pass. Not completely my area of expertise, but I'm seeing a nod from the city attorney.
Yeah, you're right, Chair.
Excellent. So the motion that we have not, we successfully substituted the motion. It is now on the table as a motion we could pass or debate first. I'm not seeing any desire to debate. So
there's two hands raised in the box.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had thought Councillor Syret's hand was still up from the prior queue, and I'm seeing a nod there, but I do see when the screen share happens, I lose the participant's view. So I do see a hand from Catherine.
Okay, I have a space-time continuum clarification before we vote on this. So and this bleeds over into the other motion a little bit, but I want to make sure that I'm clear. With this motion, what happens, I'm going to say this in the form of a question, is that so in this motion, sorry. So if this passes, then the $1 million cut for the fire engine and the 310,000 for the CRU is still moves forward to the budget that we're passing if nothing else were to happen. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yes. So we haven't really recognized the revenue from the ARPA funds, and we're going to need to do that after. So council will have their priority setting, and then we will have, as we've talked about, and I think Councilor Syret has a motion, we're going to do a process around the ARPA funds that will bring that in as part of the supplemental budget. And in that budget, this is directing me to make when I give you a proposal for that the restoration of the fire engine is the top priority. So knowing that and knowing the vibe of the space, we will not stop running engine 2 between now and that date, because it's really clear that that's going to be a very clear priority, and it's going to be a legal use of the funds. And so part of the supplemental budget will go back and restore those funds.
Okay. And I think my question is more related to the second motion and like what we may or may not need to do with the CRU money that is in the proposed budget. So I think I know where we are now and where we're going to be after this. And so then I will wait until the next one to make sure I'm clear when we get there. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw and then lost Ryan's hand. You're good? In that case, I don't see any further discussion on this motion, so we're prepared for a vote. All in favor? I see my 14 again. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. And for our next motion, it looks like we are back to John again.
Thank you. So obviously we're going to have to kind of change this one on the fly a little bit here in light of the previous one. So I think the best way to put this forward is going to be to prioritize the CRU program as part of the ARPA funding, and we can modify the language, and I'll see if I can, speak and think at the same time. The importance of this is, I haven't really spoken much about the changes to the ALS ambulance, to the BLS, and all the changes that are kind of brought into that. There is a capability level difference between those types of units. There is a staffing component to those units. We also have what the community response units also provide is a lot of flexibility. They provide an ability to be more responsive both to EMS calls and be responsive to take those same personnel and move them into fire response, wildfire response, whatever need is present. With the changes, particularly to the ALS, BLS, we face the definite possibility that there could be times when we need an ALS unit and only a BLS is available, or whatever that looks like. The CRUs would allow the BLS units to be increased in capacity level up to an ALS unit. So this kind of helps buffer some of those changes. So while it is an add, my thinking on this will be, this should be part of the ARPA money. Hopefully city manager can articulate that in a way. And what I tried to do in the motion was to have it be implemented as soon as is feasible. So in a supplemental budget timeframe, great. Whatever kind of time period works to try to get this pilot program put forward as soon as we can. The funding for it has already been identified as part of this community safety initiative. So the long-term funding of it is already there and identified. This is to try to fill that gap between now with the changes to the ALS BLS units and when that permanent funding really kicks in. So I will welcome, some friendly amendments from whomever as needed to help wordsmith this. But
very quickly, before this motion goes on to the table to keep the procedure cleaner, we're going to definitely need to extend the meeting again. So if we could get a quick motion to extend the meeting first.
Move to extend 15 minutes.
Councillor Keating moves to extend 15.
Second.
I have a second from Councillor Groves. Councillor Sarat, this is a vote?
No.
No, this is a comment?
Yes, I believe we should extend by 30 minutes to 8:30. So motion to substitute to extend.
Councillors Keating and Groves, would you accept that as a friendly?
Okay.
We have a motion on the table to extend 30. Any other comments? All in favor? I see the 14. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Excellent. Meeting is now scheduled to end at 8:30. And now, John, if you want to go ahead and put your motion on the table.
all right, and again, I welcome some wordsmithing on this, but move to have the Eugene City Council direct the city manager to prioritize initiating the community response unit pilot program to begin as soon as feasibly possible by allocating $310,000 in the FY22 amended budget and recommend as needed in future budgets until permanent ongoing funding is established for the CRU program. Funding to the greatest extent as possible should come from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021.
Can I chime in before we move forward with this motion? The last motion actually did not remove the CRU. It actually just refunded the engine at $1 million. So this motion is not necessary.
Okay. If everyone is in agreement to that, then super. This would be more of a clarity thing.
I think you're inaccurate.
The way that Councillor Lanka's motion reads is it is actually refunding the restoration of the cuts to the engine. So that does not mean that the CRU is coming out. Sean's original motion did have that caveat that he wanted to use the 310 from the CRU to offset that $1 million. So when the budget process moves on, everything would be the way it was. And then at SB with the ARPR funds, we would put the $1 million back in. So the way this
Vicki, I think he's trying to add the CRU earlier. This is an addition. This isn't rate based on the cuts. This is and by the way, that was a good idea. And so now I want to add it early of the CRU.
Correct, if I understand it accurately, because I'm sorry, I'm hearing two different things between Sarah and Vicki. So Vicki, are you saying that FY22, after the motion that passed as amended by Councilor Zelenka, we added back in $1 million plus the 310 that was already there, even though the 310 was part of the, was part of the funding package?
No, we're adding back the engine, and we're not adding back a CRU.
So this motion
the CRU will come in FY24 as part of the CSI.
Okay, so then this motion, proposes to put forward the CRU early, as soon as it's feasible, not July 1, but as early as is feasible, using the ARPA money, which comes in FY22 and FY23, if I understand correctly. So trying to capture some of that money for that pilot program would be the motion I'm attempting to put forward.
It's currently scheduled to be online in FY24.
I'm sorry.
Just to clarify that.
You cut out rather 22 or 24?
The CRU is scheduled as part of the CSI in FY24, is what I understand.
And it's in the FY22 budget as a general fund budget investment. So it is already in the budget through the general fund.
I think it would be helpful for me if we could have like even a 5-minute break so staff can just have a really quick chat. Sorry to do that to you guys, but I don't want to keep doing this.
That makes a lot of sense. I think we need a clarification on this motion, and I'm not convinced we have made our last extension yet either. So let's go ahead and take 5, and we'll be back at 8:05 with an explanation of this motion, followed by a determination if we want to place it on the table.
right. I think, do we want to wait until, I want to wait until a couple more of these light up, or we're going to be doing it twice. If you're okay with that.
I'm okay with it. And with that, look at all these lights popping on.
I know because I know they're still there though. I haven't seen, okay. So here's what happened. The way that this came forward to you was the creative idea of, yes, we need to we're trying to make a reduction. And so the proposal was we're reducing the engine and we're replacing it with the CRU. So it was, we were cutting and we were making an investment. Because of the way Councilor Zelenka's motion came forward, he restored the cut, but he didn't remove that investment. So that ongoing 300, the investment for the CRU still sits in the budget. I think the intent was both of those things stopped. The whole package stopped. We weren't adding the CRU and we were cutting the engine, but because of how that was done, the 300's still there. So that's why Vicky's saying it's unnecessary. So if the budget committee and the council don't do anything different, that funding to do the CRU is still there. But it's an ad and it's not anything we have revenue for. So I would have some concerns with that, but that's the mechanism.
Could I clarify the intent?
From me or from John?
Me. I can clarify what I was intending to do with the motion. I didn't want to conflate the two issues. I wanted to keep the first motion simple because there was going to be a follow-on motion. So it was just about restoring the cut. My intent was then we would go to have a conversation about whether or not we should have the CRU this year or whether or not we should just wait to pull it into place under the plan under the CSI. And I think that's the conversation we should be having. And I think John's motion is actually not necessary because it is in there. But given the budget circumstance, I think putting it out and waiting, taking it out of the budget is probably a good idea.
So with all of that clarity, do we have someone making a motion at this point?
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, so there is no motion being proposed. And the chair recognizes Catherine.
Oh, I was gonna say, so we do need a motion to remove, if we want to remove the 300 and change for the CRU in the current budget, we need a motion to do that. Correct? Okay. I will make that motion.
Second.
I think Councilor Zelenka got in quicker on the second. So that's a motion from Catherine Ryan, seconded by Councilor Zelenka. And the queue that was already set up, we get the hands that were previously up in Zoom lowered since they had to do with a different expected queue? And then, perfect. And now I have Ryan followed by Councilor Zelenka, followed by Councilor Groves to discuss this motion.
So I have one question. That was my first question. Now I have another one. Is there staffing, and this may not be answerable at this point, but is there staffing to support both the engine being in operation now and the CRU program going live? Okay, so without this motion put forward by Catherine, we would have to hire new staff, make cuts to other programs and services to make that happen. So I'm inclined to support Catherine's motion, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councilor Zelenka.
Yeah, it's similar. I guess question for the chief. How far along is the plan in the development of the CRU? And could you even pull off something like this in the next 12 months or in that 12-month period?
see my up here. Yeah, that's something we can do. We've talked about this for years. This is not this particular year. I think the city manager Sarah has said that it's anticipated in 2024. The concept was actually implemented or presented 3 years ago as part of the CSI. So this is something we've had on the books and been planning for quite some time.
But it would still take you time to hire, get the equipment, and do all that. Is that doable in the next 12 years? 12 months, 12 years. Better be able to do it in 12 years.
Yes, that's something we could move forward with in 12 years. The other piece is that between now and 2024, it would be more of a pilot program, not a permanent program, to make sure that this is an opportunity to see if it works, how it deploys, how it's into our system, our metrics, those types of things, because certainly they haven't been done, but we know that the success of this type of program is very relevant, as we've seen in like the city of Spokane and Spokane Valley, et cetera, and some other departments. So right. This is not the staff are already trained to do this work. There's nothing different in terms of firefighter paramedics. They can work off of an engine, they can work off of an ambulance, they can work off of a pickup truck type model, which is what this would be. So there isn't a large spin up from that perspective.
But it was taking people that were on engine 2 and putting them on the CRU. And so if there's going to be on engine 2, there's nobody to be in the CRU. You have to hire people and put new people in there. And as the city manager said, we need to make cuts. And as Ryan mentioned, we need to make cuts in order to get there, right? And this was, is that correct, Chief?
Yes, that's correct. And on the pilot program component, we would probably look at doing that with overtime because it would be a smaller type program in the beginning. So it wouldn't necessarily be dedicated full-time FTE to that until it becomes more of a permanent program closer to 2024.
And if we didn't make the cut to engine 2, would you have done this year?
Yes. If you didn't make, okay, if you didn't make
the cut to engine 2.
Yeah, if we didn't make, a great question. So if the engine 2 was not as part of our cut, we probably would not have fielded the CRU this year. As Sarah said, the CRU we took the opportunity there to be more imaginative and creative, knowing that we were losing that resource, and to replace it with something else to help with coverage in that area during peak hours.
All right. My last question is for the city manager. Where would you get this money? $310,000.
I'd have to come back with you with that. I mean, I think, the bomb that I dropped on you, as Ty keeps calling him a bomb dropper, was also dropped on me really late in the day. And so, all of this, in terms of like, what does it mean to add anything ongoing, makes me pretty uncomfortable until we have a better handle on what's possible. So if we had to, if we had to take another 300,000 from someplace, it would be from another general fund service.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And yes, I was reiterating the apt language of Councilor Syrett when I credit where credit is due on the term dropping the bomb. And next we have Councilor Groves and then Councilor Syrett.
Thank you, Chair. And John, thank you for bringing this up. I just think now is not the time to add new programs. I love innovation. I love to try different things, but right now, in light of the news we received tonight, in light of the low reserves, this is the right way to go. Thank you.
Councilor Syrett, then Catherine.
Thank you. And I see we've extended long enough for the mayor to be able to rejoin us. So this is really excruciating because I love this CRU and I would love to, and I know a lot of councilors and budget committee members do too. I'd love to see it piloted to, give it a test run. But I see the need to be more conservative right now. And so I will reluctantly support the motion because of that.
Catherine, followed by Councilor Semple.
I was just gonna say that I have an assumption that I'm gonna check, which is that there could be a possibility that as we're going down the road and we're talking about ARP money, that like using for something like this before 2024 could maybe be part of that conversation. I'm guessing that might be true. I don't feel comfortable like committing, saying that like that's a thing we want to do right now with all of the variables. But just sort of wanting to say that feels like a thing that could be a conversation we have when we're coming to that point.
Thank you, Catherine. I think that is true. And it's also true that you're going to be having a conversation about that and the CSI in the fall. And I think it's all a part of that mix of how we, how do we, given the revenues we have and the outlook we have, what do you want to prioritize?
Thank you, Councillor Semple, followed by Councillor Keating.
Thank you. When this was first presented to me, I loved the idea of the CRUs. I thought that was a great idea, but I wasn't really thinking about the loss of Engine 2 at that point. And it sort of seemed, even though it's been in the works for a long time and I really want to see it happen, it sort of seemed like a consolation prize since we couldn't have Engine 2. But then I heard about the big need and desire, and I wanted also for Engine 2. And I sort of thought it was a trade-off, and that we would have to wait on the pickup trucks. So I'm great with this motion. I would like the second program to also happen sooner, but whoa, things are shaky. But what I mostly want to say is thank you, John, one, for your service. But two, this was an emotional issue, and I really appreciate that you brought forth the need for Engine 2, but you also honored the other idea, the pilot. So I just want to say thank you for that very much.
Councillor Keating and then John.
Thanks, Chair. Similar to Catherine's comments, I actually really liked that the original motion suggested that the $310,000 come from pandemic reimbursements, such as the American Rescue Plan, federal and state grants, tax receipts, and projections, and or other sources which would not cause reductions to the budget. I wish that was in there so we could still prioritize CRUs through ARPA funds. And it's not, so I'm inclined to vote against the oversimplified motion. I'm in the camp of, yeah, let's keep Engine 2. Let's try CRUs. Not only do they work on a show emergency, but they worked in all throughout California. They work in Spokane. It's a tried and true method for more than a generation. And here in South Eugene, we need that nimble approach. And I'm in the camp of yes on maintaining Engine 2, yes on attempting the pilot program of CRUs, yes on hiring a fire marshal, yes on increasing the amount of firefighters on the job, especially on the heels of what we witnessed last fall and on the heels of our most recent wildfire preparedness work session. So I'm going to vote against this just on that principle that I would have welcomed that specificity unless someone or unless I get a signal from city manager that adding that specificity would be helpful to indicate to council this budget committee's priorities.
So if the budget committee wants to prioritize adding additional service of the CRU as part of the ARPA, that's certainly something you could recommend.
Okay, great.
I think, yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt, Sarah.
Oh, no, it's okay.
I will then add, or I will then make the motion to amend the original motion to include language that reads, with my dog barking in the background. Council prioritize initiating the Community Response Unit CRU pilot program through pandemic reimbursement funding or through funding sources such as pandemic reimbursements, such as the American Rescue Plan of 2021, federal and state grants, tax receipts above projections, and or other sources which would not cause reductions to the proposed budget.
So I just want to clarify, we have a motion on the table and a motion to substitute from, if I'm understanding that correctly. So we have a full motion on the table and then Councilor Zelenka's motion to substitute. So we need to vote on the motion to substitute before Councilor Keating, what you're proposing is another motion to substitute, as I'm understanding it. So just for clear.
I believe the motion on the table was made by Catherine and seconded by Alan. And it's a motion. It was a fresh motion to remove the budget allocation. So I believe what we now have is a motion from Councilor Keating to amend this to include additional language, which I believe would be in order if we get a second.
Okay, so the original motion that was put on the table by John was rescinded and the second was rescinded. Is that correct?
John never ultimately made his intended motion. He chose not to make it, so there was no opportunity for it to be seconded. And then in that open space of no motions being on the table was when Catherine made the motion that is on the table now.
Okay. All right. If everyone's good, we'll keep going.
Yay,
so
Robert's rules.
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was tracking it slightly differently, but if everyone's good, all we need to know, what we need to make sure we're doing is that your all intent is being captured and that we're able to move it forward in motion. So that's all that I want to make sure is happening. So Councilor Keating, if yours is, it sounds like a full motion to substitute, not just an amendment to the existing one, as I heard it being read.
Yeah, the gist of it is to add back with potential ARPA dollars, essentially, like boiling it down, but also giving the flexibility of looking at the federal and state grants, the tax receipts above projections, and other sources which would not cause reductions to the proposed budget. That's also critical as well, because when I hear that if we were to implement or CROs, we'd have to take funding from another general fund source. That original motion didn't specify that. It made it very clear that it came from ARPA dollars or other without any reductions to the proposed budget. I like that. And I think that it's important for this budget committee to signal to council that, yes, we want to try this program and we want to try initiating this program through these ARPA dollars. I think that's a healthy thing for us to send that signal. And so if I get a second, I'm happy to capsulize that in so we can see it. But I'm basically just taking the language verbatim from that from John's original motion, and I'm just trying to synthesize it so that intent is still there.
So I'm not 100.
I'm sorry, I'll give you a second, Matt.
There we are. I was going to say, I'm not 100% certain whether this is a motion to amend or substitute. It is a fine line, and I'll certainly take the city attorney's advisement on that. But I do have a second from John on Matt's motion. So we will roll with substitute, and it is a motion and we now have text on the screen. Can we get confirmation from Councilor Keating that this is the motion that you wish to substitute?
You can't have two highest priorities.
I'm trying to read it, but then it went away.
Yeah, put it back up.
to make a priority for funding the CRU, American Rescue Plan, federal and state grants, tax above. Yes. And I was not substituting, I was amending for the sake of ease. But if council believes that motion is so drastically different than the first one, then I'll accept it as a substitute.
It will function the same, so it's quite all right. Whether it's a substitute, either way, either it passes as an amendment or it passes as a substitution. You'll have to revote on it as amended or as substituted, so it's good. We don't need to split that hair. Either way is fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have the motion to substitute this new language, this additional language. And so I've lost track of which of the raised Zoom hands are old queue or the new queue created for the substitution. But I do see physical hands from Ryan, Eliza, John, Catherine. So I'll just take that order for discussion of the motion to substitute. Ryan.
Jennifer, your hand's raised.
Recognizing that it's 8:26, I'll be super fast. I just want to be clear, this is not a question of do we do CRUs or do we not do CRUs? We have a plan in place as part of the CSI funding to implement this in 2024. Originally, we were moving up the schedule for this because we were going to cut Engine 2 and this would help fill that gap. That's no longer happening. At the same time, we have a whole host of other priorities for ARPA funding that we haven't had a chance to discuss at this table. And we are going to have an opportunity to do that. And this very well could become a part of that discussion, but I'm sorry, Councillor Keating, I just can't support this motion.
So I did also then see Councillor Ye's hand, but I had Eliza and John and then Councillor Ye.
So as a point of clarity to help me understand something, when we pass a budget, what we are ultimately doing is giving the city manager and the city authority to spend money at some point during the next fiscal year. Based on what the city manager had said earlier, the intent would not have been to spend this one-time funding on, once it became clear that the intent would be to restore the engine with the relief funding. It's not like they would have gone out and start cutting checks the first day, July 1st for this, the community response unit. And so if this was left in there, would the discussion just be revisited at the at the supplemental budget?
If the money was left in the budget?
Yeah, based on what you said earlier, the discussion that you would not have gone out and reconfigured the fire station and added the community response unit. Correct. You had authority to do so at any point, but you weren't going to. And so what's really just going to happen, whether we leave this in or take it out, is stuff's going to stay the same until we pass a supplemental budget, at which point we can have the debate about whether we want to add a community response unit on top of that, or whether we want to refunnel this one-time money to something else.
I'm sorry, Eliza, I don't feel like I'm totally understanding you. I think that because it's not being, so this is now because the cut is taken out and we've restored the fire engine. Now we're actually bumping up the fire department's general fund budget by another $300 and some thousand. You're right that I have the discretion and the chief has the discretion of when we would implement that, but it's new money. It's a new thing that we don't actually have revenue back. So I'm going to have to figure out where we're going to get that. It's a little bit, it's awkward. It's an adding of a service at a time when we were trying to make reductions. And so I think what Councillor Keating is saying is, I still want to try it. I want to include it. You know, let's prioritize it as part of the as part of the CSI, or I'm sorry, as part of the ARPA funds. And so we'll have a discussion about that in the fall as part of the supplemental budget. But in the meantime, you're pulling that back out of this budget.
Point of clarification, which would then open up CSI funds if we're using an ARPA bucket to initiate this program, would it not?
No. So, I mean, the whole issue is, and I guess I'll just say this, part of the reason why I've been really uncomfortable with everybody thinking about how they're going to use CSI funds is we're going to be coming back this summer with a presentation on what are we really experiencing in terms of revenue. So I feel like there's people in the community that think there's $23+ million we're already receiving that we're not. So we're going to have to make some adjustments as we go to meet the service with what we have funds for. So it's in some ways by doing this, you're funding an ongoing service with one-time dollars. If you do it with ARPA, you're taking the, however many dollars, and you're going to do it one time, and you can maybe do it another time, and then we have to find ongoing funding. And if the CSI is able to pick that up in 24, that's great. It's a bridge. But if it's not, then we have another thing we're trying to fund. And that's what my concern is at this given day, like actually this day, is adding anything that we don't really solidly know we have revenue to back.
And so what Catherine's motion is doing is trying to true up the document that's in front of us so that, when it comes before council, the math all adds up, right? And the income meets expenses the same way that it's supposed to. And that all of these decisions about priorities, about how we're spending this money, that's going to be happening over the summer at council and at other meetings. And so there's a level of, we just don't have the information we need to make all those priorities right now. And so I feel like there's been a clear signal about types of things that are priorities, such as fire service and trees. And I'm assuming we'll talk about another priority in a minute. But I'm a little uncomfortable with that level of down to the dollar prioritization. And so I don't know that I could support the substitute.
Thank you. We've slid past the 8:30 mark that we had previously extended to. I'm not sure, while we have motions within motions, if there's any kind of prioritization that would let us real quickly make a motion to extend without interrupting everything, or if we have to finish this before a motion to extend would be in order.
Go ahead. You're fine. You can make a motion to extend.
Perfect. Can we pause everything, coming right back to it after a motion to extend the meeting again, please?
Move to meet till eternity.
Please amend.
I amend to extend the meeting for half an hour.
Second.
I'm taking that as a motion to extend for half an hour from Eliza, seconded by Councilor Syrett, and a good laugh from Councilor Zelenka that we need right now. So any discussion extending for 30 minutes, all in favor?
Really a crossover.
I see 14. Any opposed?
Black and white.
No abstentions? Cool. So we are now scheduled to end at 9. And if we can continue with discussion of Councilor Keating's motion to substitute additional language. And John was next in the queue, followed by Councilor Ye.
All right, thank you. So I'll try to be quick so we can get on to other stuff. The previous motion, as amended by Councilor Zelenka, that restored the funding, was using ARPA money to do that. The motion as being put forward by Councilor Keating is also proposing to use the ARPA funding. As you know, unless I'm way off base here, the ARPA funding is limited on what things it can be used for anyway. So it's not like it's a blank check. There's very limited things, of which the CRU is one of them, hypothetically, that we could fund with that money. And in any case, we're simply putting it forward as this is something that we would like to see, if possible, if the funding is available from ARPA, to start prior to 2024. And then City Manager Maderi, if I didn't misunderstand, did you just say that the CRU program is not guaranteed at this point in 2024 either?
I think what I'm saying is I don't have at this moment a ton of confidence that our revenues are coming in at the level we thought they would when we planned the CSI, which was pre-pandemic. So we're bringing them in real time. People just submitted their first quarterly in April. So it's like people are still setting up accounts, and it's just hard to know what is going to be kind of the projection of that and what are we going to be able to afford and when will we actually get up to that $23 million. It's, I think in concept, there's been a policy decision that people want that. It's just a matter of when can we afford it. I'm just trying to be really transparent about that.
No, and I absolutely appreciate that. I guess where I come from and why I'm even more supportive of, either voting against the previous motion or supportive of Councillor Keating's amended motion is it almost seems more important now, while we have the ARPA funds available, to run this pilot, see if it works, have some metrics, have some data, to then be able to make an educated decision, if this is something that ought to be, allocated towards out of the CSI come 2024. Because otherwise, we're going to be back at the same spot, wondering about what ifs and hypotheticals. Whereas if we utilize the ARPA funding for the short window where it's available, it actually would give us some tangible data and metrics to come back in 2024 and make a decision at that point for council to make that decision at that point. So I'm in favor of the substitute motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ye.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I'm not going to be supporting the substitute motion. I will support the original motion that Catherine made. Certainly, fire and EMS is a priority for our community. It is not the only priority, and the funding that we're getting is not bottomless. And there are many things. There are more things than we're going to have money for, and we're going to have to make very hard choices. And I don't want to create expectations in the community that I'm not going to be able to fulfill. So at this point, I think we all know that these are priorities. I don't need to spell it out. And I certainly don't need to lock us into also federal grants and all those other things that are in the motion that I mean, maybe we'll spend it on this. Maybe we'll spend it on something even more important. So I'm just not comfortable making that type of a statement at this time. But I do think Catherine's making sure the budget is accurate is important, and I will support that.
Thank you. Do we have any further new points on the substitution? I saw Councillor Zelenka and Catherine.
Yeah, so
and sorry, Councillor Semple, I see you as well now.
I go. So I don't know what tax receipts above projections means, nor do I know when we would know that. Could someone answer that question?
I think we would know that in potentially late November, early December as property taxes come in. That's how I would have interpreted that.
So this means that this would be a priority for any amount over our projection of property taxes would have to go to this. That's problematic for me. And then the CRU is scheduled to go in effect in FY24, correct? And with CSI dollars. And this is the FY22 budget. And so if we fund it with one-time funding from ARPA or any of these things, that creates a gap of FY23, which doesn't have any funding, and makes our budget deficit even bigger, which was over $7 million. And we also don't know exactly how much of the ARPA money we need to spend to restore a lot of the funds and things we have, nor do we know how much CSI dollars we're going to get. So there's a lot of uncertainties in here about how what our financial picture is going to look forward, all of which is not going to be good. So with all of that uncertainty, this would be funding an ongoing service with one-time funding, and then creating another bigger hole in FY23, and then potentially maybe restoring it in 24. So that's not a very rosy picture for me. And I think that I agree with what Councilor Ye said. It's a much more prudent approach to just let's remove this from the budget right now and think about it and figure out where we're heading with the CSI and ARPA and figure that out later. This was a creative solution to deal with a problem that we no longer have because we restored Engine 2 funding. So I won't be supporting the substitute.
Thank you, Catherine, and then Councilor Semple.
I just wanted to make sure and clarify my earlier comment so that so that was clear. I ditto to what Councilor Ye and Ryan said. And my thinking in bringing up ARPA was, hey, this could be one of the things when we're having that discussion that we could talk about at that point, and that I was not comfortable with right now committing, sort of committing a priority to that, which was why I did not include it in the original motion language. So I just wanted to make sure that that is clear.
Thank you, Councilor Semple.
Thank you. I can't support this. We had I can't remember the acronym, the CRUs, because they were an idea we've had for a while, and they're a great idea, but we were going to get them sooner because Engine 2 was going away, and now Engine 2 is not going away. ARPA is one-time funding. The CRUs were going to be an ongoing funding from CSI. This is not the right way to go about it. This is one of the only thing that's on the table that could be a cut from the original budget. So I think that we should remove it from the original budget, wait and see if the CSI money is enough to try it again. I like the project. I want to have the project. But if we're going to have Engine 2, then this needs to go back on projects that are coming ahead. That ARPA money, it sounds like a great big bucket. It's going to go in a second. And we have a lot of things that are super urgent. And I see my battery is running low, so I'm going to be quiet. Goodbye.
Thank you. Participant screen disappeared again, but I don't see anyone new. So I believe we are ready to vote on the substitution. All in favor of substituting the new language, please raise your hand.
I don't even remember. I don't even remember what the motion is anymore. Can we have a thank you.
And I see 2 votes in favor. All opposed to the substitution. I see 12 opposed, which, if I counted right, means no abstentions, but to confirm, any abstentions? No. So the substitution fails. We have back on the table the original motion to remove the CRU from the budget to true up our income and expenses, as highlighted on the screen. Do we have anyone who needs to say anything more on this before we go ahead and vote on this motion?
I call the question.
And in the absence of any comments, we don't need a motion to call the question. We can just vote now. All in favor? I see 12. All opposed? I see 2. Any abstentions? I count 14. So this motion passes. And we can all take a quick deep breath. We have 15 minutes until we are currently scheduled to end. Our next motion is about cahoots. If anyone thinks that this 15 minutes isn't enough time for the cahoots conversation, I'd welcome another motion to extend further. And I do really appreciate everyone's patience with this meeting. We are trying to put forward a budget tonight, so this is the time we need to dig into these things if the conversations get hard. I do see Councilor Syret's hand.
Move to extend to 9:30 and maybe we'll end before that.
Second.
I have a second from Councilor Ye, and I will confirm I am happy to end early against our new schedule if we are able. All in favor of extending to 9:30? I'm not seeing Councilor Evans actually this time, but I'm seeing 13 and there's 14. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Meeting to 9:30 it is. And I will now recognize Catherine for the next motion.
All right, y'all. So there's things I'm gonna say. And there's a lot of things that I want to say about this that I'm not going to, because there's some things I think are really important to explain that have sort of been recent developments on this. So in the last couple of days, there's been further conversations and clarification about kind of the landscape related to Cahoots service. I wanted to lay out, really try and get really clear on sort of like where we're at and what we're looking at moving forward. And I know that it's late and I'm going to say some stuff, and I'm really sorry that I didn't get a chance to like share this out ahead of time. So I'm sorry. But please ask questions if you have them. So the baseline Cahoots contract is for 31 hours a day. So that's one 24-hour van and one 7-hour van. The additional $186,000 that was added in the fiscal year 20 budget included an agreement to increase to 36 hours a day. So one 24-hour van and one 12-hour van. Cahoots started running at that 36-hour level in January of 2020 and did that through November of 2020. Then for about 6 months, they reduced down to 30 hours a day. And just earlier this month, they increased back up to the 36-hour level. As a point of clarity, they are on track to use kind of that full $186,000 allocation by the end of the current fiscal year. So that's an answer to one question. The $906,000 funding level in the proposed 22 budget is for running at 31 hours per day. So this means that if we do nothing tonight, then the current service level that they're running of 36 hours is going to go down to 31 hours on July 1st. And I wanted to lay that out because I think that may be a different level of understanding of what's happening. It was for me, kind of as I worked through that. So I want to get that out there. In the ongoing conversations I've had with Cahoots, they've indicated that they very much want to continue at that 36-hour level of service. And kind of all the estimates around their stabilization plan were based on that service level. Based on that and the bomb, I feel like it's really important for us to find a way to provide some funding for them now to be able to maintain this 36-hour capacity and to start that stabilization piece, which is what's going to be important for them to be ready to expand service kind of moving forward. So I'm going to switch. This is sort of my motion and sort of some caveats. I'm going to say the motion as written. So that's what's out there, and that's where we're starting, which is to move to recommend the city manager allocate $500,000 in one-time funding during the fiscal year 22 supplemental budget for marginal beginning working capital unless other funding sources are made available to Cahoots to support program stabilization.
Second.
What I'm hoping is that we can have some conversation around what it might look like. I'm happy to amend my own motion to provide some funding now, a chunk of funding now, and then a chunk that sort of falls into that supplemental budget category. In talking with them, they said that in order to continue the 36-hour service level at just their current funding, like wages, all of that, it does not at all include any of the stabilization stuff. Through December, they would need at least $60,000. So in order to fund something now, it would need to come, my understanding, unless someone comes up with something magical, is that it would need to come out of reserves or another service area. And so I would love thoughts, questions, feedback to try and get us to a place where we can get them that money so that they can, so they don't lose service and then don't run into a situation where they're then having to try and build that back up at some point, at a very minimum. And then if possible, to try and let them know that they're going to get a little more funding down the road for some of the other pieces. And there's all this stuff around one-time funding and other things that I want to say, but I'm going to stop for now.
Thank you. And for the record, that second was Councillor Ye. And to begin our queue, I have Councillors Syrett and then Zelenka.
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine, for putting this out. I'll say my original reaction is I think the amount is very, very high, even before we learned about the Comcast settlement. I wasn't expecting your motion to be that high. I was thinking maybe half that. Marginal beginning working capital, you know, I understand the idea of pulling it from there. I don't know that I could go with 500K coming from the marginal beginning working capital. That's kind of a necessary cushion we have. So I'd be open to amendments to help me support this. I did want to take a minute to vent a little bit, not at you, Catherine. This is about some of the public comment we're getting and comment we got tonight from one of the Whitebird staff. I'm frustrated by this narrative that the city has underfunded Cahoots, because Cahoots is not a department of the city that we underfund, fund, or overfund. In your rationale, you even note that, you know, they entered into a contract with us. They're a private agency, and just like we contract with Wildish to pave our streets, Wildish wouldn't agree to go into a contract that put them in the red. So it's challenging. I understand they've had challenges with Whitebird programs because they worked to meet this contract, but I don't feel it's fair to blame the city and say that we underfunded them somehow and caused that to happen, because that was never our intent. And this is news to City Council. This week is the first time we ever heard that. So, you know, we entered into a mutual contract with them. They accepted the terms. It's been a challenging year for all nonprofits, and they've been no exception. And I'm hopeful we'll find ways to bring that contract to a place that'll work for them and provide the services that our city is asking for and I think deserves. And I also just want to note that the city purchased and maintained, I believe, 2 of the vans that Cahoots uses for their work. So that's a major investment we made in important equipment for their important work that often gets forgotten. I strongly support and appreciate Cahoots and Whitebird, and I mean them no disrespect by making this point, but I just felt like I needed to respond to those public comments.
Thank you, Councilor Zelenka. Then John.
Yeah, it's very important that the people understand that the Cahoots cost is only half is personnel. The other half is the vans and the equipment. So there's another $1 million that funds that on top of the $1 million we pay for the Cahoots services. So I'm fully on board with Cahoots. I love this service. I think it's great. It is a national model. I think should increase the service. But I have questions about how this plays out. And I have questions about, we gave them almost $900,000 and got almost all of it back because they said they couldn't expand. And I don't know what's different since that occurred. And also, we now have this stabilization plan, which is a plan developed by Cahoots. It's not a mutually agreed upon plan or investigated or vetted plan with the city. And to draw, so right now we have a contract, we have a 3-year contract, is that correct? For Cahoots?
Yes.
And we're in year 2?
Chief, you can answer all this.
Yeah, there's
just finishing up year 2.
Yeah, okay, just finishing up. So we're 2/3 of the way through a contract period. And so I don't know how this getting dropped in the middle of a contract period works. And the budget committee is kind of, I'm not sure what this does. Does it say, go and renegotiate this contract and here's a bunch of money to go do it? I'm not sure how that, would this be a contract amendment? I don't, and is the stabilization plan the right thing? And so this is a little messy for me. Also, doesn't, Chief, does the contract actually require hours of service? And how could Cahoots not provide hours of service if they have a contract?
So for clarification, the 900, the proposed FY22 contract is, I'm going to, off the top of my head, $906,698. That incorporates one 24-hour van and another van of 7 hours for a total of 31 hours is what we have in the contract. Separate to that was an addendum that allowed for 5 additional hours that was budgeted in FY20. So this time in 2019, we threw about $280,000 worth of one-time money to try and get to 11 additional hours. They could not do the 11 additional hours. They could only do the 5. So that's where some of the money was handed back. But they were able to do the 5 and only do the 5. And since then, that funding has sunsetted, and we've made, and unless Vicki can tell me otherwise, I've not been able to find in our budget where we've been funded for the additional 5 hours. We've made it a personal choice within our budget to absorb that cost because we see the value of having the additional 5 hours for a total of 36. So the only money that they've handed back has been the money that we originally allocated in FY20 for what we were hoping to do, which is to grow the 11 hours. Within the contract, it specifically calls out one van 24 hours a day, a second van 10 to noon, and a third van, and then a second van for that last shift 5 to 10 o'clock at night. So it does call out those specific hours and the number of hours of service.
So when you said it's personal choice, you meant EPD is picking up the difference between those 5 hours. So yeah, actually an EPD cut to fund Cahoots.
We have been able to, until recently, we have been able to prepay contracts, which then frees up some monies in our general fund budget to be able to absorb that. And as you can imagine, the pandemic has all hit us hard with regards to being able to prepay contracts.
Yeah. Okay. I think that I agree with Councilor Surratt. The $500,000 number kind of shocked me a little bit. And the way that we're doing this is problematic. And I love Cahoots. I think we need to expand it, but I think we need to be thoughtful about it. I don't think the budget committee is the place to renegotiate the expansion of Cahoots. I want them to keep going at the 36-hour level. And what I'm understanding the chief is that probably will occur. And so I do think we're, in the end, when we do this whole CSI rejiggering and out reallocation, that Cahoots is going to come out a lot ahead and it's going to be substantially increased. But I think there needs to be a plan to do that, and it needs to be thoughtful. And I haven't seen that yet.
John, followed by Councillor Groves.
Thank you. I'm very supportive of Whitebird, the people at Cahoots, and the services that they provide. As some of you may recall, I was one of the strong proponents on the expansion of the service 2 years ago when we increased their contract. I think that the systemic underfunding of services for those with substance abuse and mental health challenges over the last 60 years has largely created the problems of homelessness that we're seeing now today. And I think the last 50 years has seen significant industry-wide, nationwide undervaluing of the compensation of the EMS and health professionals, of what they deserve. With that being said, I am not in favor of this motion. While the pay rate of $18 an hour that they're talking about is certainly low, I don't know that it's below the industry standard, for the area. As an example, the people on the BLS ambulances who are required to have the exact same minimum level of qualifications as the EMTs on the Cahoots vans, they start at $14.50 an hour, and after 2 years can bump up to $16. Second, ultimately, and I agree with a couple of the others, ultimately that while Whitebird is a private organization contracting with the city to provide a service, if the contract rate for that service needs to increase in order for Whitebird to continue to honor their contract, then so be it. And negotiating for an increase in the contracted rate is not at all unreasonable when a new contract is being negotiated. But I think it may put the city in a really precarious legal position to give a private organization $500,000 for program stabilization without any quantifiable improvement in the services that the city is going to receive in exchange for that money. Any other private organization, such as St. Vincent de Paul or any private ambulance service, could request a bid on the providing a Cahoots-like service, in the future. And I think it'd be really hard to explain why we're unwilling to give them the same benefit that we gave to Whitebird. I have a problem with the source of the funding. The Community Safety Initiative is something we put forward to fund this sort of thing. I'd absolutely be in favor of increasing the portion that Cahoots gets of the 65% of the CSI that's currently allocated to Eugene Police, but I'm not in favor of pulling an additional $500,000 out of general fund for something that's likely going to become a request every year. Because everything that I've seen in the, in what they're discussing in the program stabilization really goes towards ongoing expenses. And it's not a one-time purchase of equipment or facilities. Thank you.
Councillor Groves, followed by Councillor Ye.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with pretty much everything I've heard so far. But I wanted to emphasize something Councillor Siret said about this came as quite a surprise, especially in the middle of a 3-year contract. Contracts are contracts, and there needs to be structure and there needs to be oversight. But I'll even take it a step further. I feel like this is being negotiated in the media, and that concerns me. Part of being in a partnership is having a relationship and being able to discuss things. And that just gives me a concern. I was here when Cahoots first started, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the original deal was the city provided the vehicles, Whitebird provided the staffing. And then of course it morphed from there to the point where we're paying for it. And, you know, that's fine. If that's where it goes and that's what it takes to deliver the service, which I think is an important service, so be it. I also think it's important that we have more, but a broader base of service, and that we are able to transition certain calls away, but that needs to be done in a structured format. Chief Skinner, maybe you can answer this question since the contract lives in your office. What are the performance standards that we have? If we're going to be talking about a new contract, I'd like to talk about performance standards.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Groves. I don't have all of the details of the service level agreement that we have in the contract. What I would say is, based on the last look, I don't remember anything specifically that speaks to metrics or performance standards around response time or number of calls for service that should be answered, or any of those types of things that you would often see in this type of environment. What I can say is I can say that Cahoots and the level of need is very, very much like the level of need within the Eugene Police Department, with the number of calls that hold for them and the number of hours that sometimes it takes for them to get there. So I don't think you'll ever find me refuting that there is a need to enhance services there, because this is about simple economics around supply and demand. And so we certainly need to think thoughtful about doing that. But specifically to performance metrics, I don't believe we have that in the existing service level agreement.
Thank you, Chief. And I too, I'm for expanding this as a planned expansion. And, you know, that to me, that's part of a contract that we would negotiate. But I'm hopeful that as we move forward, we do build metrics around this so that we know what we're paying for and we can show what we're paying for. I think that that's a critical piece to this whole thing. I mean, all of our other service delivery systems have metrics around them, and we can find this out. I'm also interested, is the street level supervision taking place at this point, Chief?
I'm not going to be able to answer that specifically on operational supervision in the field. We can certainly get you that information, but I would have to rely on Lieutenant Ron Tinseth, who manages that contract and works so closely with our partners, and get that information for you.
I appreciate that. I would like to see that, because again, this speaks to what are we buying, how is it being managed, and how do we assure that we are getting, with increased costs, the most bang for the taxpayers' dollars in delivering the service. And again, it's not saying we don't need it, because I know we absolutely do need Cahoots or a Cahoots-like service, but it's just trying to put some framework around this. So it just feels very loose to me right now, especially coming back in the middle of a contract. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ye, followed by Eliza.
Thank you, Chair. So first, I want to recognize that this is not an easy conversation to have, and these are not easy decisions to make. And, you know, I myself struggle with what's the right thing to do. But if I'm going to prioritize the well-being of people, which is what I feel like we're being asked to do, then prioritizing this program in our community feels like the right choice to make. We can't expect folks to expand their program if they're not in a place to be able to make that expansion and those decisions. And speaking with their leadership, it feels like this is a reasonable ask for what they are being asked to do for our community, for us, because we are not capable at this point to provide this service. We need someone to do that, and that entity is Cahoots. But we also, as everyone keeps commenting on, have received a bomb today, which is a significant in these decision making. So, but and I appreciate what Catherine said at the beginning about how she's thinking about this a little differently today. So I guess my question is the funding source that she has recommended, is that a reasonable, like, is it at all reasonable to expect we will have that money? That might be hard to answer, I guess.
Yeah, well, I think Twyla can give you more, but I'm expecting as part of the supplemental, I'm expecting that we're going to be doing a supplemental budget at the end of the year, right before you come around, to pull money out of reserves to just shore up the funds that we have. So we usually have some marginal beginning working capital. We have some priorities already in order of what we fund out of that. And so I mean, I couldn't, you know, if I had a preference, it would be that when you come back in the fall and we have a meeting, which I think is Claire's next motion, to talk about the CSI and to talk about ARPA, that we would talk about this then. But yeah, it's hard for me to say whether that would be a good decision.
Because what I'm hearing is that people are wanting, are not necessarily against the idea, but don't feel like they have the information to be able to make an informed decision. And maybe I'm hearing that wrong. So maybe the better plan is to have some way to bring a proposal back at that time that folks can have more information to be able to then make that decision. I don't know. I'm trying to, like, I feel like there's clearly a need, right? And there's a want to do this. And I'm trying to figure out how can we do this in the way that makes sense and gets people the information they need so they can make an informed decision. I'm not sure how to solve that, obviously, but in general, in concept, I think this is something we need to be, this is the direction we need to be going in my opinion.
Thank you. Eliza, followed by Ryan.
So I guess two points. First, can I get some clarity? Because I know Chief Skinner kind of explained this, but I want to be absolutely clear. If we do absolutely nothing in August, will Cahoots be running for 36 hours a day or 31 hours a day?
The base contract is for 31 hours. So as it stands today on July 1st, one of two things either happens. Either 5 hours goes away, or I guess the city manager could direct me to find within my existing budget dollars the money to be able to fund those 5 hours to maintain that. Those in my mind, those are the two options, short of budget committee or the budget, and through the budget process, something happened differently.
Okay. And so sort of on that specific question, one of the reasons why I feel like we're always advised not to spend one-time dollars on ongoing needs is that once you've increased something, taking that away feels like a cut. And I'm hearing a lot about how the broader discussion about these other pieces maybe needs to be happening. You know, that's actually, I think, some of what Catherine's motion was to, you know, do this as part of the supplemental budget. But it also sounds like, you know, we're putting a lot of effort into ensuring that our core services related to our public safety infrastructure, our firefighters, the Human Services Commission, are not losing service while we're having these discussions, while we're figuring out how all this happens. And so if there's a way to, at the very least, fill that gap so we can maintain where we are to December, and I think that's, you know, is $60,000 that Catherine mentioned about the right amount that you're aware of?
Right off the top of my head, I'm not going to be able to have that. Julie Schaefer will be able to let us know roughly what we're spending, like on a per month basis, for the 5 additional hours of service. Remember, that also has some other loaded costs, like increased maintenance and operating costs for the vans that are being driven, fuel costs, those kinds of things. So there's a couple of different things. And then just as a point of clarification, when we got the one-time funding back in 2019 for FY20, it was still we were still kind of working out the details of the CSI and how we were going to collect the CSI and when we thought we were going to start being able to collect CSI. There was some talk that I was engaged in back then, thinking that at the time, knowing that that was one-time money. And if the CSI was able to be fully realized, or at least realized sooner, that the CSI would absorb, could absorb that 5 hour, well, what started out to be an 11-hour hopeful increase, but ended up being a 5-hour increase, that was the perfect mechanism by which we would think about creating that ongoing funding mechanism for those additional hours. So the CSI has very much been a conversation with around Cahoots and the nexus between what we're trying to do in the CSI and what Cahoots brings to the table.
So it looks like here, even setting aside the broader conversation about longer term stabilization, longer term funding, how we prioritize things, it seems like one of the things that happens is now we have a gap. We have a gap where we're going to lose service while a conversation is happening, while something's coming online. And wondering if, I don't know the exact number, but wondering if Catherine would accept an amendment so that her motion fills that gap at the very least. And I'll let Catherine say if she agrees with that concept.
Yeah, I think I'd like to sort of hear like the full discussion before kind of trying to like narrow in on something, if that makes sense.
Then I will save my last minute for later.
And we still have first rounds pending from Ryan, followed by Councillor Keating.
Sorry, I clicked the wrong button and a different app opened. Okay, I'm going to try and be fast because we're all tired and it's getting late. I just wanted to start by reading the first paragraph of a document sent by Ebony 2 days ago. It kind of gives a lot of context that we've been wishing we had in previous discussions. So she says, with this funding, the Cahoots team's shining achievement will be reducing the turnover rate and stabilizing operations. As new staff on board, Cahoots would soon be building a relief pool rather than replacing people that have moved to other careers. And this is key, the relief pool would be in prime position to roll fully trained into the service expansion. Then Cahoots would rebuild the relief pool. This shift Cahoots from perpetually trying to catch up to planning our ability to grow. And so the reason I want to point that out is anyone can see what's on the horizon and that Cahoots is likely to play a prominent role in any discussion about CSI funding. In order for us to have that discussion, this lines us up to talk about it, right? So with that point, there are a couple other things I wanted to get through in my couple minutes here. Let's see. Primarily, no one is omniscient in the best of times, right? And these are not the best of times. I do want to point out that this meeting process, this discussion of the budget, drives a lot of discussion in the community outside of this room. And so while I understand the frustration at this sort of being sprung on us, this ask, I think that in part, the thought that was put into that, devising that ask, was driven by this meeting right now, right? A lot of talk in the community is built around what we talk about here in this room. And so I think there is a connection there in timing, and I understand the frustration, but I think there is a reason that we didn't know about this a long time ago. Let's see. I think I'm losing my train of thought and I'm really tired. I think that's all I wanted to get across right now.
Vicky, can we get the motion back up on the screen for a moment, please? Just as with conversations, we've had a brief chance for everyone to read back through where our starting point here is. And then I want to recognize Councillor Keating for his first round.
Great. Thank you, Chair, for putting that up. That's helpful. I think we can move back to the Hollywood squares. When I was about 9 or 10, I was in advanced swimming classes, and there were about 10 or 12 of us lined up, and the lifeguard, there were 2 of them. She dove in and pretended to be drowning, and the other lifeguard said, "All right, kids, what do? We all looked around at each other. No one knew what to do. So I dove in. And I was told quickly that I should have looked for a life preserver rather than just diving in and trying to save someone twice my size. Nevertheless, I'm going to dive in, and I'm going to support this because at a minimum, I want the message to be sent that we should be operating, or Cahoots should be operating at the maximum service hours while providing the most program stabilization and hopefully a pathway to a pay raise. The amount of national media coverage generated in this past year alone, including prompting our federal delegation to take action at a national level and prompting communities across the country to model their services after Cahoots, is worth $500,000. If one life is saved when someone calls in a mental health crisis to de-escalate, then that is worth $500,000. Yeah, it's a little unorthodox the way this motion is proposed in a budget committee scenario. Yeah, we're still under a contract, but Cahoots is one of the hallmark services of all our service providers in this state, in this region, in this country. And I would hope that we find ways, creative ways in the supplemental budget or tied to Councilor Zelenka's future work session about finding funding sources, long-term funding sources to provide stabilization to such services. And I would hope that our county partners would step up to the plate and help, because ultimately at the point I was making at the top of this entire budget scenario tonight was this is a human services need. And I would love for the county or the state to match funds rather than see a continuous disinvestment in mental health services from both the state and the federal government, as we've seen over the last generation, 30 to 40 years. I'll be voting yes.
Thank you. For round two, I have Catherine, Councilor Saret, and Councilor Zelenka currently.
Thank you all for everything that has been said. There's a couple pieces I want to sort of touch on. Councilor Keating, to your question, the information I got from Ebony was that the outside of Eugene, the balance of the metro area is paid by a combination of Springfield and Lane County, and Lane County does carry the bulk of that cost actually, and the sort of per service hour rate for that area outside of Eugene is higher than what they're paid for in Eugene already, and they are having conversations with them about kind of what does it look like to have additional funding, and the county is also asking them to expand their service. So a little context for some of like what else is happening around us too. The level of respect that I have seen and experienced between Cahoots and EPD through all of these conversations has been tremendous. And I have seen the working relationship that they have, their ability to work together to try and solve these problems, I think is really significant. And so I want to make sure that is like, that's a thing that is out there and that folks understand the importance of that. And I think the other piece is recognizing, I appreciated Chief Skinner sort of giving some of the context about like the previous one-time funding and sort of, what maybe was going to happen with CSI and like how that kind of fed together. And I think that, I sort of see this in a similar track, and without wanting to be respectful of not diving into changing CSI funds, not predetermining kind of what the right service level for Cahoots should be, what the contract amount for that should be on kind of a longer term ongoing basis. But right now, really trying to say, like, we're in this scenario where we risk losing service, and in losing that service and not doing any of the stabilization pieces, we risk them, like, I was talking to Ebony the other day, I was like, it sounds like you're like on the verge of like a death spiral almost, right? Like I think that the risk here is significant, and I wanna underscore that. I don't know what that means. The answer, I don't know what the right dollar amount is, but I think I would really like for us to get to a place where there's some money that we can say, this is what we can do right now. And so that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Councilor Zelenka.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine, for bringing this up. It's and this is an important issue. It's a good discussion. And I don't think there's anybody at this table that doesn't think that Cahoots has value, that we should enhance that service, and that we should expand it. And I don't think there's anybody. That's not the conversation we're having. The conversation is about how to do that, and how to enhance it and how to expand it. So I think everybody's in favor of that. I really like the idea of maintaining the extra 5 hours for say next 6 months for the near future. And I think, Catherine, if your motion were to say to recommend to the city council that they have that recommend that we identify the cost of keeping the service level at 36 hours, the additional 5 hours for 6 months for city council deliberation before they make a final decision on the budget. I think that would be we don't have to identify that number. And I hate identifying numbers on the fly because half the time they're wrong. So I'm pretty sure that number is not $500,000. And so the motion could be direct to find out what the cost is of the 5 hours and give it to the council so that they can make that decision before they make the final decision on the budget. I don't know what the $500,000 is going to go towards. That's one of my problems with this. It's certainly not just to keep the 5 hours of service level up, which I think everybody at this table thinks is a good idea. So the other thing I would think that your motion could do is to actually be another recommendation, have the city council, have the city manager investigate the Cahoots contract, budget, and service level, and report back on the stability of the service and a plan to enhance and expand the Cahoots service. That kind of motion would actually, I think, get a unanimous vote as well. So the first part of it being, let's figure out what it costs to maintain the service level at the extra 5 hours. We don't know that, but we can get that to the city for the council's deliberation, so we don't have to figure it out tonight. And the second one, to do an investigation into and figure out a plan how to move it, enhance it, and expand it. And if you want, I can make those motions.
I think I want to see what the chief has to say, and then I might say yes.
In an attempt to answer the question without getting down to the specific dollars and cents, based on actuals, the additional 5 hours a day for the month is running us roughly around $11,000 a month.
$11,000 a month?
Yes, sir.
$6 months would be $66,000.
Thank you. Councilor Syrett had been before Alan in the queue and then got bumped, but I do see she's back. So I'm going to jump to you before I jump to Councilor Ye.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my computer decided to shut down, right? This is my turn to talk. So I really appreciate the conversation, but this is super challenging. This is one-time funding, so it really needs to be used in ways that it's not going to be, there isn't going to be a loss if we can't find ways to keep it going. So investing in staff salaries with one-time funding is really dangerous. I completely support us finding the means to increase pay for Cahoots and to help them get ahead of the curve on building their program so it can be in a solid place. And it's great that our community has been spotlighted for this partnership and that our federal reps think it's a great program, but they're not the ones that need to balance this budget. We are. So we're the ones with the responsibility to figure this out. And so I'm not really impressed with the symbolism argument around this, because this is real stuff. It's not symbolic. We're trying to get services out to the street that are needed, but we need to do it responsibly. So I really appreciate Alan's suggestions, because I was kind of typing up the same idea, that we could recommend to the city manager that she dig into this or direct her staff to do so, to figure out, you know, what Eugene can do to support Cahoots in stabilizing their program so that they can be positioned to meet the anticipated future expansion of the program. That is something I would totally support and think is wise. And also what Alan suggested about, you know, a smaller dollar figure to allow for those extra hours in the meantime. But I do not like us budgeting for a renegotiation of a contract that our chief hasn't even been able to deal with yet. This whole approach is, I think, really out of bounds in a number of ways. So I'm not able to support the motion as currently proposed.
Thank you. Councilor Ye, myself, and then Councilor Evans.
Yeah, so I raised my hand for something similar to Alan. I think having a more specifics brought back about the 5 hours so that, a decision can be made for adding that in. I think if that's what I'm understanding that he's suggesting. I think that's very reasonable way to get more information. And then with the expectation that when we get to our meeting working on the CSI funding, that we have a proposal or additional information that staff has worked out with Cahoots that is ready to go so that we can make informed decisions, because, these services, I understand what people are saying. I get it. You don't just do something because it's making a statement, but it's not just a statement. These are people's lives, and we've already determined that this program is essential to our community. And but I really like Alan's suggestion, and I think if Catherine wants to have the honor of making it, I think that would be great.
Thank you. The first thing we have to do, sadly, is someone's going to need to move to extend again, because it's 9:33 now. And at least we know we can insert that.
I moved to extend 15 minutes.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Evans, seconded by Councilor Keating. 15-minute extension. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, we've got time. So I threw myself into the queue. I do have some thoughts on this motion that I want to share as well. Really, I think Councilor Keating hit the nail on the head for me about when he talked about jumping in. In this situation, what I'm looking at with Cahoots is we have clearly unanimous support for the idea, A, that we deeply value the role Cahoots plays in our community, and B, that we want to see them expand services. And yes, we function with them in the structure of a contract, and yes, an expansion of services would come in the form of a new contract. But what we're seeing, we've been talking about that for a very long time now in this community, and we're hearing from the community the frustration with no progress on that front. And what I've seen is we're locked in this cycle of, it's easy to say we want Cahoots to expand, but they're in a position where they aren't able to expand because they don't have the capacity to do so, which blocks efforts to have these discussions about new contracts. And we have to jump in and do something to break that cycle. So I am, if we were to stick with the original motion, I am prepared to vote yes on it, but also it looks like to me, like the best interest at this point is to pursue the path Councilor Zelenka has. And so that's where I stand on this. And that's whichever version of whichever motion we end up on, I'm confident I'll be voting yes on it. So I'm going to recognize Councilor Evans, and then we're going to go back to, it looks like, I think going back to Catherine and letting her speak to her original motion at that point makes the most sense.
Catherine, I sent you an email.
All right. I'm losing it a little bit too, but is this the appropriate point where I can insert a substitute motion? City Attorney.
Yes, right now we have a motion and a second on the table. That's Catherine Ryan's original motion with the $500,000 funding. So it's appropriate to make an amendment or an emotion.
Well, given the numbers that the chief just gave us, I think that at this point, to get us off the dime, to move us forward, I would like to move that we allocate $125,000 in one-time funding to support Cahoots, and to instruct the city manager to enter into negotiations with Whitebird on the Cahoots program so that we can stabilize the funding and be able to move the program forward. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
We have a motion from Councilor Evans and a second from Councilor Sirett. So the previous cue, we had Councilor Zelenka had his hand up, and so had Catherine. I'd like to go to Catherine first and then Councilor Zelenka, because that was how I planned to do it when I was setting her up to make a substitution of her own.
Staff, did you get that to be able to write it down so that those of us who need to read things can look at it?
Councilor Evans, I could use the last part of your motion again.
That part is to instruct the city manager to enter negotiations with Whitebird to amend the current contract and facilitate basically a new agreement with Whitebird on the Cahoots program. Is that a little more clear?
Can I ask a clarification? Is that intended? Are you negotiating the contract to stabilize with that 125, or is that going to be a post CSI conversation?
It is for one-time money, 125 now, and then the post CSI negotiation.
So the opening up the contract to renegotiate for this moment is just around the 125.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Are you seeing the motion?
That's my intent.
Again, okay, I'm gonna make sure that, because I thought I heard different things between that and city manager. So 125 to basically keep them going.
Right.
And then after CSI, enter into negotiations to amend their contract to do things.
Yeah, ultimately facilitating a new agreement.
Okay.
I think the language that's missing is to attempt to facilitate a stabilization in a new agreement.
I'm good with that, Claire.
Thank you.
So that's why I clarified that, because the 125 isn't going to be enough based on what I've heard to facilitate that. So it's shifting the contract for the first 125 is, I think, one thing. And then I think this would just be my recommendation. The part about the stabilization, bigger question should come as part of that ARPA CSI budget discussion, because we won't have the funding to do that.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's kind of a two-phased.
Until we get solidify what the CSI is going to come back in terms of the revenue that we're going to get, and then we'll be able to have a better idea of what we can and can't do at this time to stabilize the program.
Can I make a recommendation? And I haven't had time to look at this, but knowing how the charter breaks down what the city manager's responsibilities are and contract negotiations, if we can keep it more about the money, so if it can be more suited to the negotiation, talk about the CSI and discussions with Whitebird and CSI funds, but the direction of a budget committee regarding contract negotiations is out of lane-ish. And so if you're comfortable keeping it within the terms of the CSI dollars and having discussions around what it would take, and again, not having time to dig into that, a direction for contract negotiations is concerning.
So it's outside of our bounds right now, is what you're saying. So I'm good with that, Catherine. But I think we need to begin to move this forward, and then we can work on contract negotiations afterwards.
Instruct city manager to
I don't think unless you feel like politically you need to do that. I think if it says 125 of one-time funding to support that additional hours, when we start thinking through the CSI proposals, I know Chris is already working with them on what it takes. So I think we can just start working on, unless you feel like you really want to instruct me, I think we're going to have to do that work anyway.
Sarah, I don't want to tie your hands up, but I just want to make sure that one, we get money to do stabilization. At least, the chief says it's $11,000 a month. That would take us out to around 120, maybe 130,000. That's my idea around that for a year. And in the meantime, that will give us time to be able to assess the revenues that we gain from the CSI tax, and also to be able to work with Whitebird in terms of renegotiating our agreement. But that's not part of the motion. So let's just stick with the 125 and move forward from that.
Okay, I know you want me to stop talking, but you could, if you wanted to add a sentence that said, and instruct city manager to bring back stabilization proposal as part of CSI discussions. I think that's.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
I have some language.
So before a motion can be changed, I'm going to check in that the second has to accept it as well.
Accept that what the city manager proposed and Councilor Evans agreed to.
Did the motion get seconded yet? Did we get to that point?
Yeah, it's Claire seconded.
Claire seconded.
I missed that part.
And it should say as part of CSI discussions in the fall.
And then that would take us into a supplemental budget conversation.
Yeah, part of CSI discussions.
All right, Councilors Evans and Rhett, we're comfortable. This is the motion you made and seconded in this form?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Councilor Zelenka, you've been waiting for quite some time.
Yeah, I was going to, I think we could actually do it in half that time, but that was my suggestion. Would you accept as a friendly amendment to stabilization and potentially potentially expand the Cahoots program?
Yeah, I can live with that. I think that's the direction all of us want to go.
I think everybody wants to see a bigger, better Cahoots. So
right.
And I'm good with that. I'm good with that too.
Right. My other question was going to be about the 125 has to go towards keep maintaining the 5 hours. So that was my original suggestion as well. So this is pretty much what I was talking about earlier. So I can support this motion.
Yeah, it's just a little longer period of time because we may not be able to do it in 6 months. We may be a month or 2 longer.
Well, and if we're
covered for a year,
we do. If we can
do it, if we're covered for a year now, we're covered.
So, but it doesn't have a source of the funding in there. Do you, city manager, how would you, where would you get that money?
Yeah, I think, if it's 125, at the, last resort is we could do it out of reserves. And if you don't specify it, I think that gives us a little flexibility to see if there's someplace else we can build that in.
You could probably even need ARPA fund for that, I would suspect. Maybe. Leave that up to you. Okay. Thanks. This is where I was hoping we'd head. Thanks. Done.
Thank you. I had seen your hand up again, Catherine, and it's back down now. I just want to double check if you have anything last you wanted to say.
I'll maybe just real quick because I feel like from here we're gonna go. Just to say thank you very, very much to everyone for the discussion and for the willingness to wade through this and come to some kind of solution. I think that I know that Cahoots is committed to serving this community, and I know that you all are committed to supporting them. And I think that if, sort of knowing that looking forward, there's going to be an opportunity to have real conversations about this, it's going to make it easier for them to kind of continue to get through it in the meantime. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think we are ready for a little quick speed round because this is still a motion to substitute. So we're going to have to vote twice, but all in favor of this substitution? I'm seeing 13 hands. All opposed? One opposed. Any abstentions? Nope, the count is clean. So this motion has been substituted. Councillor Evans's motion is now on the table. And I don't expect, but I will check. Do we have any discussion we need to have before we can vote on it? I have to check.
Sorry, I thought I was muted.
But I don't see any. So all in favor of the motion on the table? I have 13, all opposed. One opposed, clarifying no abstentions. Confirmed. The motion passes. We're actually 4 minutes now past our currently scheduled adjournment.
Move to extend 10 minutes.
All in favor of 10 minutes?
Second it for the record.
Okay.
Seconded by Councilor Keating as we move closer to speed round. That motion definitely passed. Whereas, was anyone opposed to 10 more minutes? One opposed?
But Councilor Surratt needs to feed me if they're going to go 10 more minutes.
It's not midnight yet.
Fax it to him.
Okay. To clarify what our agenda calls for now, we have a motion from Councilor Surratt about convening. Then we're going to have to make our 2 motions to actually recommend the city budget and the URA budget. And then we have really quick housekeeping. So take it away, Councilor Surratt. You muted yourself.
I will be real quick, and hopefully we won't have a ton of debate on this. This is not specifically an amendment to the budget, so it's a little bit more of a process motion, but I put it forward. I mean, I have complete faith that the city manager will follow through on her promise to engage this budget committee on meeting around the FY22 supplemental budget with the CS Community Safety Initiative funds and the American Rescue Plan funds. But could you leave the motion up until I've made it? Thank you. But I think it will give confidence to the public that that is going to happen if we were to adopt this motion. So I move to recommend the city council direct the city manager to reconvene the budget committee for a minimum of 2 meetings for discussion and a recommendation to city council regarding the FY22 supplemental budget, specifically related to allocations of the Community Safety Initiative Fund and the American Rescue Plan Act funds.
Second.
All right, you can put the motion down now. Thanks.
Seconded from Councilor Zelenka. I have to ask, but I don't see anyone throwing up a hand, which I believe means we can vote on that process. All in favor?
Well, I'm sorry. Is there a timeline? I'm assuming in the fall regarding CSI, Councilor Surratt?
It's when supplemental budget would normally happen.
Great,
So.
thanks.
All in favor? I see 14. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion passes. Which brings us to our actual mandated task by ORS, which is to move budgets to the council. So who would like to make the motion to move the city budget?
I move that the Budget Committee recommend to the Eugene City Council the fiscal year 2020 budget for the city of Eugene that consists of the city manager's proposed fiscal year 2022 budget, including the property tax levies and/or rates contained therein, amended to reflect appropriations for prior year encumbrance and prior year capital projects with the following amendments, the amendments we passed earlier.
Second. And point of information, it's fiscal year 2022. You caught yourself, Eliza, the second time around, but.
Thanks.
Moved by Eliza, seconded by Councilor Keating. And I see no calls for discussion, so all in favor. I am seeing 13 hands. All opposed? 1. Any abstentions? We have the motion carries. And we're ready for someone to move the Urban Renewal Agency budget.
You're on a roll, Liza.
Take it, Vice Chair.
Move that the Budget Committee recommend to the Eugene City Council, acting as the Urban Renewal Agency Board of Directors, that the fiscal year 2022 budget for the Eugene Urban Renewal Agency that consists of the city manager's fiscal year 2022 proposed budget, including the property tax levies and/or rates contained therein, amended to reflect the appropriations for prior year encumbrances and prior year capital projects.
Second.
Moved by Eliza, seconded by Councilor Evans. I see no asks for discussion. All in favor? I see 14 hands. All opposed? Any abstentions? Passes unanimously. And we have completed our necessary duties for the night. Thank you so much, everyone.
Minutes for recognition of our chair.
Thank you. And speaking of recognition, before we all leave, I also have to recognize Sean Londahl, who with this meeting completes his second term of service on this committee. What a doozy to end on, Sean. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you in the 3 years that I've been on the committee, and I'm really grateful for your service. I wish I were there in person to physically hand you the parting gift that is instead in the mail, but thank you so much for your years of service and your years of service as our representative to the Human Services Commission as well. It has been a pleasure.
Thanks, everybody. Go eat.
Thank you. I did skip minutes approval. We will have to just do that the next time we convene. With that, at 9:55, we are adjourned. You are free.